Hi, welcome to the 2020 virtual Slovak Heritage Festival. I'm Rick Sebak from WQED, and I'll be your host. 30 years ago today, the very first Slovak Heritage Festival was held here, inside the Cathedral of Learning at the University of Pittsburgh. For 30 years, members of the Greater Pittsburgh area Slovak community have been coming together to celebrate and preserve all things Slovak. Well, this year we can't get together in person, but we all want to gather around our devices, and we hope that you will take the time to comment and to discuss all the folk dances, the educational lectures, and even the surprise appearances we have lined up for you today. To get started, we have some messages from our leaders of the community. We have an awards presentation, but first, let's listen to the Slovak National Anthem, as sung by the Czech and Slovak School of Pittsburgh and the Pittsburgh Area Slovak Folk Ensemble.
Hi, I'm Bill Peduto, the mayor of the city of Pittsburgh, and wishing a happy 30th anniversary to the Slovak Heritage Festival at the University of Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh is a city of immigrants. I was blessed to be raised by my grandfather who came here from Italy, but we are also blessed to have the largest population of Slovak ancestry within the United States. Celebrating and cherishing the history and the culture of who we are is what makes us great as a city. On this 30th anniversary, let's take a moment to remember our past, to remember our families who came here and worked in the mines, the mills, and the factories and built America. And let us take a moment to think of the future, of our children and our children's children in the Pittsburgh that will be leaving them. Happy 30th anniversary to the Slovak Heritage Festival here in the most livable city of Pittsburgh.
Dear friends, I would like to send the most cordial greetings to the participants of the annual Slovak Heritage Festival organized by the University of Pittsburgh. Its 30th anniversary is very specific due to the COVID-19 challenges, and I'm very happy the organizers decided to fight the virus by holding a virtual festival. We still need to have fun in spite of the difficult times, don't we? Slovak diaspora in the United States has always been an inseparable part of the Slovak history and of the Slovak heritage. We, Slovaks, are very proud of your achievements in the United States and strongly believe you continue keeping strong bonds with us. I wish everyone a happy festival and congratulations on 30 years of its existence.
Good afternoon. My name is Marcela Michálková. I'm the director of the Slovak Studies program at the University of Pittsburgh, the only existing Slovak Studies program in the United States and Canada. And I'm very excited that tonight we will be together building a bridge between two sides of the Atlantic Ocean. Dobrý večer. Volám sa Marcela Michálková. Som riaditeľkou slovakistických štúdií na Univerzite v Pittsburghu, jediného programu tohto typu v Spojených štátoch a v Kanade. A veľmi sa teším z toho, že dnes večer budeme spolu všetci budovať virtuálny most medzi dvoma stranami Atlantického oceánu. Enjoy the festival. Prajem vám príjemnú zábavu.
Good afternoon, and Dobry Dzień. I'm Leon Sebak, the festival director, and on behalf of everyone on the Volunteer Festival Committee and everyone at the University of Pittsburgh, I'd like to welcome you to our virtual festival. A lot of people put a lot of time and effort into today's event, and we owe them all a debt of gratitude. Most especially, I'd like to thank our sponsors and our individual donors for their generous contributions. We weren't able to add Slovak subtitles in time for today's event. However, they will be added in the near future. Our thoughts and prayers go out to everyone still struggling with this virus and this pandemic, most especially our friends and family in Slovakia, as they're now battling a second wave. Although we weren't able to be together today, we can still watch the festival together and comment in the chat. Be sure to comment and share the festival. Thank you for all your support. Ďakujem.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the 29th Annual Slovak Heritage Festival at the University of Pittsburgh. I'm Joe Senko, the Slovak Honorary Consul for Pennsylvania. As Slovak Honorary Consul, my responsibilities include support and development of trade, economic, and cultural programs between Pennsylvania and Slovakia. In order to perform these responsibilities, I formed the Western Pennsylvania Slovak Cultural Association. Since 1988, WPSEA has performed numerous Slovak programs and activities, such as Slovak language classes, Slovak beer tasting, Slovak wine tasting, hosting programs from Slovakia, speakers on Slovak topics, and many other Slovak programs. I'm also a Slovak notary. If you ever need a document from Slovakia notarized, I can help you. I can be available at 412-956-6000 or email me at jtsenko@aol.com. Thank you and enjoy the festival.
Larry, with grateful recognition of your lifelong service to the Slovak American community and your lasting contributions to promote Slovak language, culture, and heritage in Western Pennsylvania. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And on behalf of the Western Pennsylvania Slovak Cultural Association, there's something extra for you.
Thank you.
Oh, you're quite welcome. And
Thank
then
you. I appreciate this opportunity and this recognition and hope to continue the Slovak culture, history, language among everyone to enjoy and celebrate. Thank you.
Thank you. Na zdrowie.
Na zdrowie.
Now, no Slovak festival would be complete without some Fujara music, that unique Slovak instrument, a shepherd's flute. Ben Sorensen learned to play the Fujara from the famous Fujara maker, Dušan Holík, in Očova, Slovakia. After that, we have a beautiful feature on the top 30 places you need to see in Slovakia from the wonderful folks at the Hike the World YouTube channel. Watch.
Dobrý den, hello Pittsburgh! It's unfortunate that we can't meet face to face this year, but I'm going to play for you on the Fujara for this year's Slovak Festival, our virtual Slovak Festival. predškoda mojich mladých časov. Hej, škoda, predškoda mojich mladých časov. Veď som si ich dávno pri ovciach roztriasol. Zhora hruška, z dola chodník. Zhora hruška, z dola chodník. Pod tou hruškou stojí zbojník. Pod tou hruškou stojí zbojník. Hej, išli stadia dvaja čipkári. Išli stadia dvaja čipkári. Z hornej zemi od Oraví. Hej, z hornej zemi od Oraví. Stoj, čipkáru, kam idete? Stoj, čipkáru, kam idete? Zložte dolu, čo nesiete. Zložte dolu, čo nesiete. Hej, za groša sme kupovali, za groša sme kupovali. Po 2, po 3 predávali. Hej, po 2, po 3 predávali. Hej, prečože mňa môj pača klial? Prečože mňa môj pača klial? Že som pri ňom nenocoval. Že som pri ňom nenocoval. Hej, nocoval som pri mamilej. Nocoval som pri mamilej. Tieto nôcky pominulej. Hej, tieto nôcky pominulej.
2, 3, go.
Will keep on spinning, ain't nothing gonna slow her down. Some days it's hard enough to get your feet on solid ground. Well, this world may keep on changing, but one thing stays the same. It's the man who says never say die who wins out in the end. With the shoulders back and a head up to the sky.
So many beautiful things to see in Slovakia. Now, before Slovakia became its own country in the 1990s, it had been part of Czechoslovakia, and before that it was even part of Austria-Hungary, or the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Now, I've always loved the fact that Pittsburgh played a role in the whole establishment and independence of Czechoslovakia around the end of World War I. Coming up next is a documentary about Pittsburgh's role in that whole process.
In May of 1918, towards the end of World War I, Professor Thomas Gerig Masaryk traveled to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. There, in a building downtown, he and members of the Czechoslovak National Council in America would develop a document that would establish a free Czech and Slovak state. Prior to his visit, Masaryk, the chairman of the Czechoslovak National Council in Paris, and General Milan Stefanic, a Slovak diplomat serving as a general in the French army, had organized a volunteer group of 50,000 Czechoslovak legionnaires. The two men believed that the defeat of the Austro-Hungarian Empire would lead to Czech and Slovak independence. Together, they developed a strategy for getting the legionnaires to France to fight alongside the Allies. The plan called for transporting the legionnaires across Russia on the Trans-Siberian Railway to Vladivostok, a port on the Pacific Ocean. This was a 6,000-mile journey that Masaryk had arranged during an earlier trip to Russia. From the Pacific port, the army was to sail to France and join the Allies at the Western Front. In the spring of 1918, Masaryk traveled from London, where he had been living in exile, to Moscow. On March 7th, his 68th birthday, he boarded a Red Cross train that was to travel across Siberia to Vladivostok. The journey was meant to inspire the legionnaires to do the same. The arduous trip took about a month. From the Pacific port, Masaryk traveled to Japan, where he negotiated the use of international ships for transporting the legionnaires westward. From Japan, he sailed on the Empress Asia to Vancouver, Canada, arriving on May 2nd, 1918. When Masaryk arrived in Chicago on May 5th, he was greeted by 200,000 supporters. On May 10th, he was welcomed by members of the U.S. Congress in Washington, D.C. And on May 25th, he traveled to New York City during a time when the Austro-Hungarian government had proposed a peace initiative and the United States had sent soldiers to the Western Front in Europe. On May 29th, U.S. Secretary of State Robert Lansing sent out a worldwide telegram indicating that the United States supported the self-governing aspirations of the Czech and Slovak people. The next day, Masaryk traveled to Pittsburgh. It was May 30th, and the city was observing Decoration Day, later known as Memorial Day. Masaryk's arrival was celebrated with a parade that went through downtown Pittsburgh to Exposition Hall. Nearly 20,000 people lined the streets, including many Czech and Slovak immigrants. At Exposition Hall, Masaryk was greeted by Pittsburgh's mayor and the chancellor of the University of Pittsburgh. He then gave a speech calling for independence from the Austro-Hungarian Empire. The crowd of immigrants cheered and at one moment spontaneously began to sing the Star-Spangled Banner. The following day, May 31st, Masaryk met with the Czechoslovak National Council at the Loyal Order of Moose Lodge in downtown Pittsburgh. Representatives of fraternal organizations at the meeting included the Slovak League of America, the Czech National Federation, the First Slovak Evangelical League, and the Association of Czech Catholics. Also in attendance was Milan Alexander Getting, longtime editor of Slovak so-called newspapers. Getting recorded the events in his book, American Slovaks. Led by Masaryk, the delegates developed the Pittsburgh Agreement, a memorandum of understanding between Czech and Slovak immigrant communities in the United States that called for an independent Czechoslovak republic. Over time, the agreement was signed by leaders of national Czech and Slovak fraternal organizations who supported the formation of a united, independent country. The political support behind this document and the extensive communication between Masaryk and President Wilson during the rest of the war led the United States and many European governments to recognize an independent Czechoslovakia at the Paris Peace Conference after World War I. The independence of Czechoslovakia was officially proclaimed in Prague on October 28, 1918. On November 14th, Masaryk was elected President of the Czechoslovak Republic by the National Assembly in Prague and would remain president for the next 17 years until his retirement in 1935. On October 28, 1989, officials dedicated a bronze plaque in the lobby of the EQT building in downtown Pittsburgh, the former site of the Loyal Order of the Moose Lodge. The plaque honors both President Masaryk and President Wilson and their efforts to bring peace to the world. It also honors the role of the Pittsburgh Agreement and the 29 Czech and Slovak immigrants who signed the document to establish a free and independent Czechoslovakia.
Hi, my name is Thomas Kotick. I'm great-great-grandson of Tomáš Garrigue Masaryk. I live in Brooklyn now, though I'm born in Prague. And ironically, my great-great-grandmother, Charlotte Garrigue Masaryk, was born in Brooklyn. So I'm now living in the home of my great-great-grandmother. Anyhow, I just wanted to thank everyone for tuning in to the Slovak Virtual Festival, and congratulations on 30 years.
I'm Thomas Masaryk Getting, and my grandfather, Milan Alexander Getting, was one of the signers of the Pittsburgh Agreement. I'm also the acting chairman of the Czechoslovak Room Committee at the University of Pittsburgh. The committee raises money to send students to Czech Republic and to Slovakia on scholarship. The committee is also looking for members and volunteers. Just follow and message us on Facebook or go to the Nationality Room's website. I want to wish everyone a happy and safe virtual festival, and congratulations on 30 years.
The Czechoslovak Room, dedicated in 1939, reflects this nation's reverence for its leaders, its respect for education, and love of nature. The ceiling beams are painted in the manner of country churches, with botanically accurate flowers and plants which grow in the Czechoslovak mountains and valleys. At the front of the room, the 8 ceiling portraits represent from left to right Saint Cyril and Methodius, 9th century monks who taught Christianity in the Slavic language and created the Cyrillic alphabet. Václav, or Good King Wenceslaus, who laid the political foundation for the Czech nation. Jan Hus, the country's great hero who was burned at the stake in 1415 for seeking religious freedom. The 4th panel shows Komensky, who, in the 17th century, was one of the founders of modern education. Jan Kolar, a Slovak poet, founded the first Congress of Slavs. The last portraits are of Štur and Mojzes, Slovak educators. Above the blackboard is a bronze portrait of Tomáš Masaryk, the founder and first president of Czechoslovakia. Flanking him is the nation's motto, Pravda vítězí, truth conquers. On the rear wall, framed by a tree of life, is the proclamation by which King Charles IV founded Prague's Charles University in 1348. Beneath it is a replica of the Great Seal of that university. The Bay Area murals depict miraculous trees bearing fruit and flowers and harboring birds and other animals. Artists came from Prague to Pittsburgh to paint these frescoes and the ceiling beams. Behind the small metal door in the window wall is a letter written to the students at the University of Pittsburgh by President Tomáš Masaryk. On the professor's desk, wood inlays represent the university disciplines of law, medicine, philosophy, technology, and biology. The display case holds examples of Bohemian crystal, embroidery, and historic photographs.
An interesting point about the Pittsburgh Agreement to Slovaks was the use of the hyphen in the name, Czech-Slovak, because it was understood to mean the new country would be a federation of independent states. To the disappointment of many Slovaks, that wasn't exactly the case. But the two nations separated peacefully in 1993 in what is known as the Velvet Divorce. Now, you may have been wondering, why were there so many Slovaks in Pittsburgh prior to World War I? To answer that question, we have an interesting story about the history of Slovak immigration in Pittsburgh.
Okay, my name is Joe Bielecki. I'm an officer of the Czechoslovak Room Committee at the University of Pittsburgh. I'm president of SOCOL USA. And in the past, I have a bachelor's and a master's degree in history, a law degree. I had a Fulbright scholarship in 1982, one of the first years that Eastern Europe was open to Fulbright scholars to visit and engage in projects. And I had also studied for some time at Indiana University in Bloomington, Indiana, in Russian East European Studies. I'm asked today to give a talk about why Slovaks emigrated to the United States in the period 1880 to 1920, and also what they found when they arrived. To understand this topic, you have to look at Slovakia in that time period. Slovakia in the period 1880 to 1920 was a very rural society. There were very few big cities. The population was approximately 4 million, and it was very primarily agricultural and rather poor in comparison to many other countries, both in Europe and in North America. The 25 to 30% of the Slovak population emigrated during this time. You had a very big depopulation of the country as people went westwards to achieve economic opportunities and better lifestyles. Many who chose not to go to the United States went to places like Vienna or to Budapest, large cities that were beginning to get into the modern era via industrialization. The Slovak population was fairly young at that time too. Now, why was it young in this period 1880 to 1920? It's a very interesting phenomenon. During the early 1800s, you had the Napoleonic Wars, and the French army battled all the way to Russia and and back to Paris. Europe had been devastated. Many agricultural lands were in ruins. It took people a while to get back on their feet and return their lives to normal. And then you had another interesting force that occurred outside of Europe. You had the American Civil War. The American Civil War resulted in a very interesting phenomenon in Europe. The United States had been a market for European goods for many, many years. The North-South Civil War took the United States out of the commercial sphere. And the United States also was supplying a lot of goods to Europe in return for products coming from Europe. The products coming from Europe at that time were generally finished goods, metalwork, glass, more complex productions, and the American exports were agricultural. And so you had like cheaper products coming, like grains, tobacco, cotton, for example, for the textile production. And when the United States was out of the service in terms of trade because of the Civil War, you had a period of about roughly 5 years, and then subsequently, because of the Reconstruction occurring in North America, during this time of the Civil War and the Reconstruction, the American goods weren't coming. And so other countries were picking up the market. Russia and Ukraine, Crimea, they started producing vast amounts of grain. Argentina also produced large amounts of grain. They exported beef and huge numbers of agricultural products, soybeans and things like that, to European markets. And so minor areas, and I use that term loosely. I don't want anyone to take offense at the term minor, but Slovakia was not a vast country, so its agricultural production became important during these years because the people could produce grains, they could produce wool from sheep, they could produce many agricultural products that were being sold for a greater value because there was no longer the competition from North America. And so the peasantry, the people who lived in the countryside, who worked in farms and agriculture, became wealthier during this interim period, say like 1860 to 1870, 1880. And as part of their wealth, of course, they developed their houses, they improved their lifestyles, but many families had more children. And this factors into the phenomenon of emigration to America, because by 1880, the United States was back into the swing of things with agricultural production, and it was also beginning to industrialize. And so everything was taking off in North America, and the market was being flooded with cheaper grains. The prices of agricultural commodities fell all over Europe. And so the peasantry, the farmers in the countryside, their lifestyles fell as well. And other areas, because of mechanization, were experiencing similar lifestyle and living standard crashes. For example, people who manufactured goods by hand, like spinning and weaving of textiles, processing of woolens, and things of that nature. Those things were now becoming mass-produced in American factories or in factories in London. And so you had this bubble of the children who had been born in the 1860s, early 1870s, in the prosperous times. Now they're reaching the period of their late teens and young adult era. They're like 18, 19, 20, and there's no work for them. The villages are overpopulated. And suddenly comes the realization that there's this whole new world in North America waiting, and that there'll be work and jobs for them. And the first people began coming to North America, roughly 1880, the first big wave. And it became like a chain migration. They would tell people in their villages, they would write letters back, they would send money to their relatives, and their relatives would see like, wow, this person, they're writing in their letter, they're telling us they're living, they're having this, this, and this, which we don't have. And so the desire came, more and more people began to emigrate, and huge waves of people began leaving. By 1912, which was the peak year of emigration to the United States, Ellis Island was processing 20 to 30,000 people a day from immigrant ships, perhaps even more. That year was the greatest immigration. It was Ellis Island alone saw more than 2 million people cross its thresholds. At that time, the main train station in the city of Pittsburgh saw 20,000 people arrive on what they called the immigrant trains. There were certain harbor cities, New York, Baltimore, and a couple other places where the immigrant ships landed from Europe, and these people would get on the trains after having been processed through the immigration clearances. But 20,000 people a day. And what were these people like who were arriving at that time? First, they were young, generally roughly between 18 and 24, 25, because the jobs that they were getting here were more physical. They all knew that the labor that they would be able to occupy in America was more physical labor, but industrial. Or coal mining. In rural areas, the labor was mining, but it was still, in a sense, industrial labor. Generally, they were men. People, for the most part, did not come in family units. Often, the men arrived first, and they either married here, or they sent, if they were married back home, they would later send for certain of their relatives. Like, perhaps some of the children, the wives, their brothers, their sisters, whatever. But that term is chain migration. So, generally they were single people coming. These people, in addition to being young, were often not very well educated by today's standards. For example, in 1912, in Slovakia, there were only 4 high schools in the entire country. Think about what America is today. Look for example, in the city of Pittsburgh, you have many, like 20, 30 high schools within a short drive of the city, maybe even more than that. And Slovakia, a country of 4 million, had 4. And the language of instruction in Slovakia was actually Hungarian, because they were in the Hungarian portion of the Habsburg Empire. And the official language for the eastern half of the Habsburg Empire for administration and education was Hungarian, even though it was a multicultural area. Croatia was part of that section of the empire, so was Transylvania, so was Bosnia, so was parts of Romania, parts of Ukraine, but the official language was not their own linguistic language of Slovak. It was Hungarian. For the civil service administration, even in village education, it was done in Hungarian. And so the educational level was fairly low. Most people who came here from rural parts of Slovakia had no more than a 3rd grade education. Essentially, they were able to do basic reading, write their names, do some basic handwriting, but that was about the full extent of education there. Even if you lived in a big city in Slovakia, if you wanted to go to a university, you had to leave Slovakia. There were none. So what did people find when they arrived here? This was the initial arrival in America was, in a sense, one day of amazement after another. The United States, 1880 to 1920, was in a very intense period of industrialization. The great cities, New York, Chicago, were taking off. Building of large skyscrapers, everything was happening. In cities like Pittsburgh and Cleveland and Milwaukee and Buffalo, you had gigantic steel factories that required all kinds of heavy labor to support their work, to generate their products. And so you had a very highly mechanized society that these new immigrants were coming into. And it is no exaggeration to say that it would be like plucking someone from a very agricultural area in, for example, South America, or rural part of Asia or somewhere, and dropping them in Silicon Valley. The culture shock was huge. You had people coming from rural villages that never experienced electrification, that had no electric lights. And in fact, it was not until the late 1920s, early 1930s that all of Slovakia was electrified and had light bulbs in homes and electricity in homes. So people were coming off the immigrant ships. They were coming into this huge, very, very modern society. Everything looked alien. Most of these people did not speak a second language. If they did, the second language was another language from the Habsburg Empire, like Hungarian or German or another Slavic language. English was incomprehensible to them. They came to cities that had cars, trucks. New York had already, at that period, hundreds of tall buildings. Electricity was everywhere, and it was one marvel after another. Even the concept of trains, there were not that many train connections in Slovakia. You had to go to, say, like Budapest or Berlin or Prague. Their experience with technology was so limited, and they came here, and it was the equivalent of being dropped into Silicon Valley. And it's a very interesting testament to their experience that they had all adapted so quickly. They were given jobs. They found jobs in steel factories where there were moving parts of machinery that were 3 or 4 times the height of a 6-foot man. There were people who were going underground, working in coal mines, working with drilling technology and explosives and things that they would never have fathomed encountering. And in a sense, their technology became even part of their lifestyle because they were moving into homes. In the cities, most homes had some component of electricity by 1900, like electric lighting, gas stoves for cooking. Cars came a bit later. They came more closer. They began to increase in numbers in big cities in America in the 1910s. And by the 1920s, they were very widespread. And as you see from the visuals that are unfolding on the screen, you see the mechanization. You see how dense the urban cities were. For example, you see a picture of the south side of Pittsburgh, where there are hundreds of little tiny row houses clinging to the hillsides. These were very different from the rural countryside, spacious areas that they had left. Everything was completely different. The cities were often polluted. Housing was often overcrowded because these people were poor. They began having large families. But it was a completely different setting from Slovakia. The factories were the key to the great wealth. The cities were very wealthy. You'll see a couple photographs on the screen shortly of, for example, Carnegie Museum, and how that was all generated by the wealth that came to Andrew Carnegie through his steel factories. One of the phenomena that was most interesting that occurred with the arrival in America was the very rapid desire to change and become American and fit in. Even though the cities were like, in a sense, multicultural, like for example, like Bosnia, in a sense, multiple languages, multiple ethnic cultures, everybody quickly discarded their traditional kroy or their folk clothing. Many people arrived from Eastern Europe in general, wearing what was at that time their Sunday best, their village costumes, the folk kroy that we so value today. And they arrived and they felt out of place in America, and that was one of the first things from their cultures they discarded. One of the last things that people gave up was their ethnic cookings. They preferred many dishes from their homelands over the American styles of food, but they quickly took on many facets of the American way of life. And almost from the early arrival, Americanization and the desire to fit into the society became very important. And so you first saw the jettisoning of clothing. They valued education more here, and so they pushed their children to at least finish the 8 grades of public school. More than 8 grades did not become commonplace in most of America until around the time of the Second World War. High schools, even until the 1930s, existed, but very few people actually completed 4 years of high school. And that was because of economic settings. But as the technological expansion of the United States lifestyle expanded, high schools became more important than college and education in general. So the immigrants experienced a gigantic leap. In one generation, they leapt from a very agrarian, rural, pastoral lifestyle to a highly mechanized, highly technological lifestyle change. And it is an amazing accomplishment.
Well, I think we've gone long enough without some Slovak folk dancing. Next up is the Pittsburgh Area Slovak Folk Ensemble, or PAS as they are known. For many generations, members of PAS have kept old traditions alive through the study and performance of songs and dances of our ancestral homeland. This footage is from a standing room only performance last year at Disney World. The excerpt is from Central Slovakia and features the beauty of precision and rhythmic movement. Young men are impressing young women with an axe dance, in which they recreate the exploits and fights of the Slovak folk legend Janošík, the Slovak Robin Hood. After that performance, we'll join Otilia Golis in her kitchen as she shows us how to make up Slovakia's national dish, Bryndzové Halušky. I hope those pronunciations are good.
Oh, Hey! Hi guys, my name is Otilia Golis, and if you visited the Slovak Heritage Festival at the University of Pittsburgh before, you might remember me. Me and my Slovak friends would have a cookie table, and we would bake tons of traditional Slovak cookies, and of course I would bring tons of czerekis. Now, czerekis were always a big hit, and they sold out within the first hour of the festival. So that was wonderful. I really enjoyed doing that. And, then I had kids, so it got a little harder to be part of this festival. But this year, I'm really excited that I can make a video and actually be a part of the Slovak Heritage Festival again. So, we're going to make today the most traditional Slovak food you ever heard about. It's called Bryndzové Halušky. If you ever visited Slovakia, you probably heard about it, maybe even tasted it, maybe you even like it. Now, it's definitely an acquired taste. Bryndza is cheese made from sheep's milk, so it's kind of different taste. It's really tangy, but once you start liking it, you will love it. And we grew up eating halušky with Bryndza, so it's one of those dishes that we really miss when we moved to America. So it's a little hard to find the real Bryndza in America, unless you live really close by, Eastern European food store. I don't, and I found like a fantastic substitute. So I'll talk about it later. Right now, let's make halušky, and while they cook, I'll talk about everything else. So, let me show you. Halušky in Slovakia, it's not the same halušky as you know in America, right? Here in America, it's a white noodles with cabbage, and people call that halušky. Now, in Slovakia, halušky is something different. It's a little drop-shaped pasta that's made with only a few ingredients, which is potato, flour, and a little bit of water and salt. So, long time ago, our grandmothers used this spiky side of the grater to grate the potatoes to be like a really fine mush. Now this thing is like the most dangerous thing in the world, and I refuse to use it. I mean, I always just scrape all of my knuckles and pieces of my skin on halušky, and we don't want that. So I found an easier way, and I just use my bullet blender. So I'm going to use just one potato. This should be enough for 4 people. This is about the size of potato that I peeled. And I cut it into smaller pieces, so about like this. And all of this is going to go into my blender. And I added about half a cup of water. I'll close this up. And, if you ever tried to do it on a grater, it takes a lot of energy and time. It always would take me 5, maybe more minutes, and your arm is super sore. Now, once I started using a blender, it's literally a few seconds. So let's see. Alright, so that was about 10 seconds? And we are done. This is what we're looking for. Potato mush. So, now we just need flour. This is my bowl where I'm going to make halušky. So I'm going to do about a cup of flour. Now, I'm just eyeballing. My grandmother was eyeballing it. Everybody's grandmother is just eyeballing it, right? There's no set recipe. It's just flour and potato, You can't mess it up. And I'm going to put my potato in it. Now, this is looking very runny, so I'm going to be adding more flour for sure. Now, let me just show you how it looks. Oh, maybe I won't need that much more flour after all. Alright, I also need salt, and because potatoes in there, it needs lots of salt. So I'm going to start with half a teaspoon. And I'll mix it. Right, I'm going to add a little bit more of flour. Maybe 1/3 cup more. Alright. This looks good. Not too thick, not too thin or runny. So about like this.
halušky potato dough. Alright, while this is going to cook, I'm going to get bacon in the pan too, because this is going to take a few minutes. So here I cut some bacon. I cut it in strips and then cut it in half so it's like a little small cubes. And I'm going to put this in my pan. Alright, this can go out of the way. And this is going on about medium. Alrighty. Now, what do we need? Spoon for bacon. My water needs to boil. So, let's see how this looks. I got this way. Alright, so water's boiling. Bacon is rendering. You don't want too high of heat. You don't want it to burn. Just want bacon to get really crispy, and you want all the bacon fat. Do not soak it away. Do not throw it away. You will need that bacon fat for halušky. Alright. So let's talk about how you make halušky. Let me clean up my face a bit. Okay, so this is what we use to make halušky, right? This is what's called spatzel maker, from German word spatzel. So I brought a few from Slovakia. This is a bigger size, this is a smaller size, and let me show you. This is the old-fashioned one that our grandmothers were using and my mom was using when I was growing up. We didn't have all these fancy ones. So it's just a big hole. You put your dough on it, put it over the boiling water, and you press it. And with this little thing, you press it down. So these are too big for us, and we're going to use this one. I decided I'm going to go with the smallest size, just so it cooks quicker. I'm going to put this all away. Now let's see. Bacon's rendering. There's water boiling. Oh, a little hot. Okay, water's boiling. I'm going to put some salt in the water. I'll put about a teaspoon. Alrighty. So now I'm going to use this little handy thing to get all the dough out of my bowl. Alright, so see, this has like this little helpful little kind of hook part. I put it on top of my boiling water in a pot. And what you do, you drop your dough in and you just go like this. So, let's see. It is boiling now. I'm going to do it in 2 batches. Alrighty. And I'm dropping my halušky in boiling water. And they all kind of go in one spot. So I might take a spoon and gently move them around. Alright. You see how easy this is? Ever since I started using a blender and this handy little halušky maker, the whole process just gets so simplified. So much faster than it used to be. Alrighty. Now, I hate to be wasteful, so I always use every last bit of the dough. Alright, I think we got it all in. And they're all in there. Now, halušky are quick to cook. It's just, potatoes and flour in it. And you know they're done when they all float on top. Now, I see already a few floating on top. But we need all of them to float on top. And I like to give them a couple more minutes. So, for this size of halušky, I'm thinking 6-7 minutes. So, let's see. It's 8:08. I'm going to set up for 6 minutes and we'll see. Alrighty. all of them are out. All of it is gone. So that's pretty simple, right? Some down in here. All right, let's see how bacon's doing. Alrighty, bacon is cooking. Now try to find a thicker cut bacon. I mean, obviously you can do it with a thin one too. It's just gonna cook much quicker. Alright, halušky in. And we're gonna give them 6 minutes or so and see how it goes. I have it on pretty high now because by putting halušky in there, the temperature of water just dropped, so it's not rapidly boiling right now. So I turn it up a bit. If it gets too crazy, I'll turn it down. Again, it's not a rocket science. There are no real rules. You just do whatever works. So bacon's cooking. I'm gonna get some other things out of my way. Okay, so let's talk about Bryndzové substitute. Now, if you live close to a Polish store or Eastern European food store, you most likely be able to buy the real Bryndzа in the store, which is great. Now, if you can't, try to find a Greek feta cheese that's made from sheep's milk. I found this at Trader Joe's, and this is fantastic. It tastes so much like the real Bryndzа. Now, it's little, it's not as a thin consistency or like soft as the one at home, so I have to thin it out a bit, and sour cream works great for that. Heavy cream, if you like that, that will work. Or I don't know what else you could use. Make a little bit of warm milk. That would help you thin it out too. Alright, I don't want to burn that. Alright, well, let's see, where's my... Okay, so let's see. This is the feta cheese I was telling you about. Now, the beautiful thing about this one is it's a big block that is swimming in the brine. And it just tastes so good. It's way softer than the crumbled feta cheese that you buy and the feta cheese that's made from the cow's milk. So I'm just going to use one block. You see, it's swimming in water, in the brine. I don't know if you can see it. Okay, so this is gonna go. Again, I'm only cooking for, let's say, 2 people, just me and my husband. I'm not sure if my children will touch this. Alright, bacon is getting there. I'm gonna watch this carefully. Halušky started to float to top. See? So we're gonna watch that. I have about 3 more minutes, so I'm going to prepare my cheese. I'm going to crumble this with a fork. Make it creamy consistency. Now also, if you when you put the hot pasta in it, hot halušky, it will kind of melt it a bit and it will become more creamier. Alright, now I always burn the bacon because it never looks ready to me, and it's always like too done when I finally turn it off. So I'm thinking, you see, I'm thinking I might put this on the side. It will continue cooking because this is really hot. I do like it crispy. Alright, I'm going to turn it off and I'm going to set it aside. It will continue to cook for a little longer. So I'll continue crumbling my feta cheese. Just like this. Use my paper towel. I'll put this away. And we're going to use sour cream. And for that, you need to just put it away. Alright, so maybe a little less, maybe like a tablespoon. And we'll go from there. Alright, this looks good. See? It's getting creamier. It's pretty soft. So all you need is fork. Alright, I'm going to put a little salt on it too. Now remember, there's lots of potatoes in the halušky, and potatoes, they just need lots of salt to go with it. Okay. So ready. I have about a minute for halušky. So let me tell you a little bit more about what I do. I have a Facebook page where I share my Slovak recipes. It's called Slovak Homemade Cakes. So if you're on Facebook, you can look me up. Again, it's called Slovak Homemade Cakes, and it started as me sharing recipes for cakes and cookies and desserts and all that stuff. But now it's mostly just food. You know, I just take pictures of whatever I cook. I write little stories. I share all kinds of news and stories in the news about Slovakia. So it's a fun page to follow if you want to learn more about Slovakia. Now, a few years ago, okay, this is gonna go off. So I'm going to try a couple of these. Let me see. I got this ready, so I can do it right here. I don't have to go to the sink. So let me try this. Let's see if it's cooked. Okay. I think they're cooked. So I would normally just strain it over the sink, but here I'm going to kind of spoon them out. So this is how it looks. Little shapes. Little kind of drop shapes. I'm going to get them out. I wouldn't run it under the cold water much. You want them warm. And we are going to mix it with our feta cheese, which is our substitute for Bryndzové. Oh, this is gonna take a long time. Okay. Good. So you know what? I am going to strain it quickly because there's so much more in there. Oops, it dropped. Right, let's strain this. Oh, and did you see my beautiful pot? This is gorgeous. This reminds me of Slovakia so much. I actually found it in the store a few years ago, and I was just so excited. This is the poppy flowers. The Slovakia is full of poppy flowers, and it just reminds me of the countryside so much. Alright, so here's my halušky. Oh, I want to drop it. This is how they look. Alrighty. Now my Bryndzové is ready. And I'm just going to mix it in there. Oh. So now I'm going to spoon it in. And remember, this was just 1 potato, 1 cup of flour plus a little more, and 1 brick of feta cheese, and a little bit of sour cream. Alrighty, so let's see what kind of we can use this one. This might be a little better. And the feta cheese is just melting under the heat of halušky. Oh, this looks so good. I haven't made this in a couple of years probably. So I just can't wait. And my husband is very excited too. Alright, this is how it looks. I think I can use a little bit more of halušky. I might leave some of them plain for the kids. Alrighty, this looks about a good ratio of halušky and Bryndzové. This looks beautiful. Now this is going to need lots of salt still. I'm going to put some in and do it to taste, but I'm telling you, it does take salt. Okay. I have my spoon somewhere, so let me try it a little bit. It's really, really good. Alright, so now I want to be all fancy, so I'm going to use a beautiful wooden plate I brought with me from Slovakia. And I just love when they serve you halušky in Slovakia on these plates. So just like this. gonna get all of these little bits, but don't worry, I'll lick it all clean later. All right, a little bit of this, and now the bacon. This bacon just comes right over the top, just like this, and you want all that grease to go on top too. Now remember, our ancestors in Slovakia, they needed lots of calories. And they had very demanding jobs, right? Going to the fields early in the morning, just spending their whole day working really hard. So these dishes kind of was what fueled them. You know, potatoes and flour and, you know, some bacon on top if they were lucky and had some bacon. All right, so I'm gonna pour a little bit of that bacon fat. Now remember, this is a treat. I haven't had this in 2 years. So I'm gonna close my eyes and pretend there's not so much bacon on top of it. All right, so this is how it looks. Now I hope you enjoy this. As I said, I have a Facebook page where you can follow my recipes. I share tons of stuff. And I also put together this book a few years ago. And this is a book of a few of my recipes. And Bryndzové Halušky is in it, along with some other haluškis. So it looks like this. Just some simple Slovak recipes. If you're interested in getting the book, you can find it on the website. It's called lulu.com. So it's lulu.com. And it's a company that prints my book on demand. So when somebody orders my book, they'll print it and they'll ship it to you. So this is a fantastic way for people to self-publish their books, right? You don't have to invest lots of money into it. So again, if you're interested, it's on lulu.com and you just search for Otilia Golis or Otilia Slovak Kitchen. All right, so halušky is ready, and I'm going to give it a taste, and I'm going to get my husband, and we're going to have a dinner. So let's see. Halušky, a little bit of bacon. It's really good. Came out really, really good. I'm so excited. And I hope some of you will try it and let me know how you liked it. So, thank you for tuning in for the Slovak Heritage Festival this year. And I hope next year I'll see everybody in person. Thank you.
Now, the next Slovak dance group was founded in Pittsburgh in 1955. That makes them the oldest Slovak dance group in Pittsburgh. The Pittsburgh Slovakians keep the songs and dances of the old country alive, with dances from the eastern part of Slovakia primarily, and they certainly embody that old phrase, where there is a Slovak, there is singing. After their performance, we have a lecture from internationally renowned genealogist Lisa Alzo, a proud Pitt grad. Stay tuned for many of her tips on how to trace your ancestry.
For more than 60 years, the Pittsburgh Slovakians have preserved and perpetuated the culture of the Slovak people, not only for those who live in America, but also for the many generations of our people who still live in the old country. To hear the Slovak songs and music throughout Pittsburgh and many other states is truly a treat and a pleasure. It comes from the heart and soul. Today they will begin their program with a presentation of songs and dances from the eastern region of Slovakia, those areas from which many of the American Slovaks hailed and brought the passion for the joy of life and love, always in the forefront and never to be forgotten. The songs and dances are true to form, which appeal to young and old. Please welcome and enjoy the Pittsburgh Slovakians.
Welcome to this virtual presentation for the 2020 Pitt Slovak Festival. This session is on 5 tips to discover your Slovak roots. My name is Lisa Alzo, and I am the presenter for this session. In this brief time, we will cover 5 tips to start your search for your Slovak ancestors, key resources you need to know, and I will provide some additional information and resources for you to follow up with after the presentation. We all want that easy button to find our ancestors, but unfortunately, with Slovak genealogy, there is no easy button. So you will need to follow some key steps to be successful in your search. Step 1 is to build a family tree. You'll want to write down what you know, even if it isn't very much. Anything you can remember from a relative, family member, or things that you have seen in family documents. Then use that information and start a family tree online for free at familysearch.org, ancestry.com, or myheritage.com. You will want to include names, dates, and places, even if you have to give a best guess and you don't know exact information. Just write down whatever you know to begin with. Step 2 is to determine where your immigrant ancestor was from. You need to learn the immigrant's original name, that is the name he or she went by in the old country, not the Americanized version of a name. You also need to determine the exact name of the ancestral town or village. You must start your research in North America, seeking resources on this side of the ocean to be sure that you are researching the correct family line when you get back to Europe, and to pinpoint that ancestral town or village. It's essential to learn some history and geography, especially for Slovakia and for the Austro-Hungarian Empire. To look for the ancestral town or village, you want to check home and family sources first. So ask any living relatives for documents or photographs or anything that might provide a clue to where that ancestor came from. You'll be looking at some key documents, both online and also from traditional repositories in North America. These include vital records, birth, marriage, and death, church records, immigration records, including passenger lists, naturalization records if your ancestor became a citizen, so you'll want to look for the first papers or declaration of intent and the petition for naturalization. Many of these documents can be found online, or you can check with the county where your immigrant ancestor settled if it's prior to 1906. After 1906, naturalization came under the services of the federal government. So you will look at the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services. There is a website online that you can find through Google. Also check for any military records, draft cards, ethnic resources, lodge insurance applications. Census records will provide a snapshot of your ancestral family. Land probate records, all these documents are important to look for. You want to be sure to check all resources because you never know where that information will be found. And this is like having a scavenger hunt. Names. Spelling is key. Slovak names can be problematic. They're usually spelled phonetically. You also need to be aware of name changes. Names were not changed at Ellis Island. That is a myth. But after the ancestor settled and became involved in a community, went to work, enrolled their children in school, went through the naturalization process, then you will see that names can change. Learn naming practices and patterns, and there are a number of helpful resources that you can find online to look for name changes. And I will give you some resources at the end of this presentation. You should also create a chart to take account of the different spellings of a name, phonetic variants, translations into English, different spellings that you may see, and females add the suffix OVA. So these are variations on my surname, Alzo or Alzo. I just did this chart in Microsoft Word, and then I use it when I search online databases or other indexes. There's a great tool called Slavjane, and it will give you some Slovak surnames, current locations where these names are found, names of towns in Slovakia, database of locations and streets. It's pretty simple to use, and you can just Google Slavjane and you will find it. I did a surname search for my name, Alzo, and it's common in Kuchin and other towns in Vranov nad Toplo, and that's where my ancestors came from. Step 3 is to pinpoint the ancestral home. So you want to understand a little bit about Slovakia, and then when it combined with Bohemia and Moravia at the end of World War I in 1918 and became Czechoslovakia. So border changes happened quite often and over time, and many jurisdictions changed, and administrative boundaries changed, and place names changed. There are many maps that you can find, but you have to understand the Austro-Hungarian Empire was massive, and this is what Slovakia was under up until 1918. And then post-World War I, the breakup of Hungary in the 20th century, so Slovakia, of course, and other countries broke from the Austro-Hungarian Empire. To help sort out places, you can look at atlases and maps. There's some great maps at the David Rumsey Map Collection. The Foundation of East European Family Studies, or FEE-FHS, has some great maps online. You'll want to look at gazetteers, which are geographical dictionaries. You can find these in university libraries or online, and at the website Family Search. The Palgrave Concise Historical Atlas of Eastern Europe is very handy to have to note changes in Eastern European history, and this can be found in libraries, or you can purchase it from your favorite bookseller, including Amazon. The Family Search Wiki is a great tool to use to find information about how to research in Slovakia. So you can click on Europe and find Slovakia, or type in the name in the search box. The wiki page looks like this. It has many clickable links. It has tips on how to get started. There is a section on gazetteers that you can click. There's also a section on finding your ancestor's town, and it has a clickable map that you can utilize. The wiki page for Slovakia does contain this gazetteer link that you can use, and when you click on that, it will give you information about what gazetteers are there, geographical dictionaries that tell you how many churches, where it is located, and there are other things that it uses to uniquely identify a specific locality. So different names at different time periods, political and church jurisdictions, religions, etc. One example is the genealogical gazetteer of the Kingdom of Hungary, and this is great for ancestors that you're looking for prior to 1918, when it became Czechoslovakia. The 1877 Dvorak Gazetteer is excellent. This gives place names, number of congregants by religion per village, the location of the main parish, and it's organized by county, district, and village. You can find it online. There is a link through Family Search. You can use tools like jewishgen.org to search for a town, and that will give you some variations on town names for different towns in Eastern Europe, not necessarily just for Jewish ancestors, but any place names that you're looking for. Also, Google Earth is a good modern tool to use. You may be able to find your ancestral village with pictures, like this example from Milposh, my grandmother's ancestral village. And this is really great because it has a lot of photos of the church and cemetery. You can also Google the town, and I found Milposh has a website. Many towns in Slovakia do have a website that you can look at. There's a place names book by Milan Machdon, and this is the names of villages Slovak Republic. It identifies all the names and locations for all Slovakia villages from 1773 to 1997. You can find this in libraries or purchase copies online through different online retailers. I got my copy off of eBay. This is an example. There's multiple place names. Sometimes you'll find multiple place names for one place. This gives an example of Milposh and Hanagovsa. Milposh became incorporated in 1950. So some of my grandmother's documents say Hanagovsa. And so you have to know these different locations. After you locate the town or village, you can search for records in Europe. You'll want to look for birth, baptism, marriage, death, burial, and other types of records. They are organized by location, and you'll need to find the closest records offices. So step 4 is to research over there. You want to start online with websites and databases. Many people use subscription sites such as Ancestry.com or MyHeritage, but the best place to start is FamilySearch.org, which is free, and it contains a number of collections for Slovak genealogy. So it's FamilySearch.org. You'll need to sign up for a free account to access many of the features of the site and to view records. You can look at the wiki, you can look at digitized records, there's a research tools and catalog, there are books, gazetteers, maps, letter writing guides, word lists, there's a free learning center, a link to their blog and Facebook page, and much more. Family Search has a search box. You can type your ancestor's name in, or you can also, once you create your account, you can skip the search entirely, which is what I recommend, and click on the map and pull down the drop-down list and click on Slovakia, and you'll be taken to a series of pages that will give you lots of information about courses, the wiki, indexed historical records, microfilmed records, and all sorts of other information. And this is a shortcut to give you a bird's eye view of all the records that may be in the Family History Library catalog in Salt Lake City, Utah at their library, or records that are also available online. You can also browse all published collections from the main screen and then find Slovakia in the list for continental Europe. Words of caution, not everything is online. You still may have to look for civil registration and church records and census records and landowner records and military records, nobility and tax lists, and you may have to look locally for these or in the regional archives in Slovakia. This is an example of the Prešov archive. You can go there and research in person. I've been there. The Slovak archives can be difficult to navigate on your own. Also, languages, finding the records in Slovak, Hungarian, Latin, Old Church Slavonic. The policies may differ depending on the locality. You can get a lot of the Slovak church and synagogue records through Family Search. This is an example of a baptismal record from 1897 from Polsha. This is my grandmother's baptismal record, and I can view it online through Family Search 24/7 in my jammies at home. And there's a source citation. You can add this to your family tree, and you have to learn how to read the columns. So you have to get all the basic information about a particular record set. There are language tools on Family Search that will link you to help you learn what these columns mean. So for example, date of birth, date of baptism, name, gender, legitimate, illegitimate, parents' names, occupation, and religion. The final step is to crowdsource your brick walls. This is by joining genealogical and historical societies for Slovak research, going to conferences and classes, taking a DNA test through one of the various companies, go onto social media and find Facebook groups for Slovakia, Hungary, Carpatho-Rusin. The Czechoslovak Genealogical Society International had their conference in Lincoln, Nebraska in 2019. They are having their 2021 conference in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And you can go and join the Czechoslovak Genealogical Society, receive their newsletter, receive their members only message boards and databases, and find more information. Carpatho-Rusin Society is based in Pittsburgh. If you have Carpatho-Rusin ancestors, I highly recommend joining their society as well. Sometimes you may need to hire a professional to get what you can't find on your own. They know the language, they know the archives, they know the records. I recommend Michael Razus, R-A-Z-U-S. He runs the website slovacancestry.com. In conclusion, genealogy is one part skill, one part persistence, and one part serendipity. So you need to have the skills, you need to have persistence to keep looking for the records, and believe that sometimes information will just turn up out of the blue, whether it's through a DNA test result, a family member you discover, or documents that come online that hadn't been seen before. So you have to believe that you will find your ancestors. So in summary, get the name and hometown, resist the temptation to cross the pond too soon. Remember, not everything is online, and don't be afraid to ask for help. If you're interested, I wrote a book called The Family Tree Polish, Czech, and Slovak Guide. You can find this on Amazon.com, or you can contact me. I have a website called researchwriteconnect.com that has genealogy and writing courses. Feel free to contact me for more information. I'd like to thank you for watching this presentation and for supporting the Pitt Slovak Festival. Good luck with your searches.
Well, the festival wouldn't be complete without touching upon Slovak culture, arts, and innovations. The next segments cover Slovakia's famous Modra pottery, Pittsburgh's famous Slovak Rusin artist Andy Warhol, the National Slovak Society Museum in McMurray, and the National Czech and Slovak Museum in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Watch these.
Súhrnčáre sú, keď im kruhy idú. Súhrnčáre sú, keď im kruhy idú. Keď im kruhy nechcú ísť, si strkajú si prstom si a oblizujú, a oblizujú. Súhrnčáre sú, keď im kruhy idú. Súhrnčáre sú, keď im kruhy idú. Keď im kruhy týde stoja, hrnčárky sa hladu boja, chleba nemajú, chleba nemajú. Súhrnčáre sú, dobrí chlapi sú. Súhrnčáre sú, dobrí chlapi sú. Ešte hlina nekopaná, už je ona preslopaná. Súhrnčáre sú, dobrí chlapi sú. Ešte hlina nekopaná, už je ona preslopaná. Súhrnčáre sú, dobrí chlapi sú.
Hello, friends of the Slovak Heritage Festival. My name is Donald Warhol, and I am a nephew of Andy Warhol. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate the festival on its 30-year anniversary. Hopefully next year we'll have the opportunity to get together and celebrate in person. I am here at the Andy Warhol Museum in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where we are open to the public following CDC recommendations. You can find all that information on our website, www.warhol.org. Andy Warhol's parents, Julia and Andre, were born and grew up in the Carpathian Mountain region of present-day Slovakia. I would like to invite everyone to come to the museum and explore how Uncle Andy was influenced by his Slovak and Carpathian Rusin heritage. From the early commercial works where he incorporated the old world writing skills and art of his mother, Julia, to the icon-like celebrity and commissioned portraits that he created as a pop artist, to the belief that art is for everyone, as he turned everyday objects into art that the common person could relate to and enjoy. His strong upbringing gave him the courage to take on the art elite and redefine what we consider art. So again, come to the Andy Warhol Museum, enjoy the art of Andy Warhol, and come to your own conclusions.
Slovak som a Slovak budem, čierne čižmy nosiť budem. Čierne čižmy od čižmára, ostroženky od kovára. Šablenka brusena, to je moja žena, ona ma vyseka, keď bude potreba. Hujaja, 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 ona ma vyseka, keď bude potreba. Hujaja, 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 ona ma vyseka, keď bude potreba. Hej! Tam je krásny svet, tam rastú chlapci, bystrí ako kvet. Nebo tam len jasné svieti, tam má každý vesel bytý pod krýváňom, pod krýváňom, pod krýváňom. Hej, haj, zelený haj. Ovečky na pole vyháňam. Ja ráno stávam, kravy napájam, ovečky na pole vyháňam.
Roses are blooming, the grass is high. Summer winds are blowing across the sky. Sunlight is streaming, others are dreaming. In every meadow the bluebirds fly. Sunlight is streaming, others are dreaming. In every meadow the bluebirds fly.
nezrzucaj mi pecku, nezrzucaj, dobra pecka na zimu nie ma. Każdy perinu, tra la la la, tra la 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 la, tra la la la, tra la 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 la.
Vítáme vás na naše Národní České slovenské muzeum. Welcome to your National Czech and Slovak Museum and Library in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. It's my pleasure today to briefly outline one of our exhibits that we have in our Anderson Gallery. As you know, the National Czech and Slovak Museum and Library, Iowa, has 5 galleries. And in one of our galleries, we're featuring a very special exhibit from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Slovakia called Good Idea, Slovakia. And today I'd like to just share with you a little bit about this poster display and talk a little bit about what Good Idea, Slovakia really means. Well, this is a series of 14 panels that we'll briefly highlight today in our brief presentation to you. And the whole reason behind this is that Slovakia wanted the world to know the richness of the country and all of the wonderful modern ideas that come from Slovakia. It's really a multifaceted exhibit of posters, of ideas that come from Slovakia. It's the modern story of Slovakia combined with the rich cultural heritage that Slovakia gives to the world. Slovakia is a small nation of 5.4 million people, but its history and culture are rich. And in the modern day era, they brought to the world such wonderful exhibits, such as the flying car, which you'll see in the poster exhibit. They've also talked about the technology and the digital age that Slovakia is a leader in not only the European Union, but also the world. This wonderful 14 poster display is full of ideas, full of Slovak ideas. It's focused on travel. It's focused on investment opportunities. It's focused on technology. It's leadership in the industrial and automotive age. I always like to share the story with people that Slovakia has the highest per capita manufacturing of cars in the world. And this is something we can all be very proud of. That's one of the good ideas. The other one is our real excellence in sports and athletics. We have the beautiful terrain of Slovakia, the mountains, which is another great idea for sports enthusiasts, to go skiing, to go hiking in the summer. The poster session also focuses on the rich cultural heritage, our exquisite groi, our wonderful music, variety of music. And we're emphasizing in this poster the traditions, the history, and the culture of a country that is a good idea for the world. And so with this wonderful poster session, we invite you to come and visit us. Or if you're from, say, Pittsburgh or any place in Pennsylvania, you can certainly borrow our posters. We have a series of traveling exhibits that we're proud to share with the country. So please contact us. I'm Cecilia Rakusek, the president and CEO of our National Czech and Slovak Museum, and I welcome you here anytime. I welcome you to see our beautiful display on the history, culture, and good idea that Slovakia is for the entire world. So come and see us, and if you can't be with us, let us come to you. Thank you again.
As a fourth generation Czech and Slovak, this place
means everything. It inspires me when I come to a place like the National Czech and Slovak Museum to want to know more about my ancestors. And it makes me want to now in the future say, how can we together now as third, fourth, fifth generation make this a better world? As a National Czech and Slovak Museum and Library, we are here for all cultures to introduce them not only to our Czech and Slovak story, but so that they can learn from that introduction and apply it to their own heritage and their own culture. How did their ancestors come here? What did they learn from their ancestors? We really are a cultural icon, not only in the city of Cedar Rapids, but throughout the state and the nation. We are the only nationally designated museum for Czechs and Slovaks. We have a collection in our exhibits and artifacts that is probably one of the largest in the United States, with over 22,000 artifacts. Our library holdings are over 20,000, and we have the largest number of programs available on Czech and Slovak culture in the United States. We want people of all ages, of all backgrounds to come here and to enjoy the rich history and culture of Czechs and Slovaks, and from that take home a story that they can transmit to their children, their grandchildren, and to their other communities. That's what we hope we're doing. We're that epicenter for the country, but also for people that come and visit us to say, you know, I may be Czech or Slovak, but if I'm not, I want to find out who I am.
Obviously, one of the very best things about any festival is the people. Getting to see people and talk to them and listen to them. But we can't do that this year. We can't be together in person. But we can still see and hear each other on video. And we've gotten some wonderful messages from people around the world.
Vítajte. I'm Christine Metal, former coordinator of the Slovak Heritage Festival for many, many, many years, and I worked with the Slovak Studies program, the only one of its kind in the whole U.S., for also many, many years. Now I'm retired. I'm at home with my beautiful Slovak crystal, enjoying my afternoons in a leisurely way, thinking about all the memories I have of working with the program and of coordinating the festival. The culture of Slovakia is beautiful. I have always enjoyed it, and I am just thrilled to know that the festival will continue. I worried about that, but thanks to the program and to a committee that formed to keep it going, I hope the festival will be with us for many, many years. And to that, then, I greet you all with Na zdravie.
Greetings. I'm Joseph Stefka Jr., President and CEO of the National Slovak Society of the United States of America. The National Slovak Society is the oldest Slovak fraternal benefit society in the United States. We were founded in 1890 here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Today, I am offering you greetings from our home office in McMurray, Pennsylvania, inside of our Slovak Heritage Museum. The National Slovak Society has been an annual supporter of the Slovak Heritage Festival at the University of Pittsburgh. On behalf of the officers, the board of directors, our home office staff, and our almost 35,000 members across the United States of America, we offer our sincere congratulations and best wishes to the University of Pittsburgh Slovak Studies Program and Slovak Student Club on the occasion of your 30th anniversary of the Slovak Heritage Festival. I hope to be able to see all of you in person next year at the Cathedral of Learning for next year's Slovak Heritage Festival. Dobrý den.
Hi, we are Dan and Rebecca, Americans who moved to Slovakia in 2007 with our 4 children. We're still in Slovakia, but now we have 8 children. When we first moved to Slovakia, we only knew 2 words in Slovak, the word for hello, ahoj, and the word for beer, pivo. Now, 13 years later, our fluency impresses our friends, yet embarrasses our children.
I'm making everyone's desiatu for tomorrow. Mama, my pan učitel said that we have a zero push-up tomorrow.
Mommy, look, I got a jednotka for my písomka today.
Can someone help me with my domáca úloha? Mazzy, can you get me the bread from the Spryza, please?
Lindsay, come get your papuchki.
Slovakia is much more than just the language. It includes the food, the culture, and nature. All things we have come to love and appreciate living in Slovakia. Learn more about our life in Slovakia at inslovakia.org.
I'm Joe Bielecki, National President of Sokol USA. Sokol USA started in 120 years ago as a gymnastics and sports society, and now it not only continues to do traditional sports, rhythmic gymnastics, bicycle racing, walking, and many other kinds of sports, but it also sells annuities and life insurance. And we wish great success to the Slovak Festival, and we will give you our traditional push and greetings for success, which is the Slovak word, the Sokol sports word, nazdar.
Ahojte, posielam pozdrav zo Sabinova. Ak ste o našom malom mestečku ešte nepočuli, tak určite za zmienku stojí to, že sa vo svete preslávilo filmom Obchod na korze, ktorý v roku 1966 získal Oscara ako jediný slovenský film. Aj napriek tomu, že je naše mesto malé, máme v ňom niekoľko miest a pamiatok, ktoré určite stojí za to navštíviť. Od hradieb, ktoré kedysi obkolesovali naše mesto, cez krásny a historický kostol svätého Jána Krstiteľa až po vyhliadkovú väžu, ktorá stojí na najvyššom kopci v našom meste, Šanci. Ak budete mať príležitosť prísť na Slovensko, určite navštívte náš malebný kraj, kde sa budete cítiť ako doma. Ahojte!
My name is Cynthia Mileski, National President of First Catholic Slovak Ladies Association of the United States of America. And I congratulate the Slovak Studies program at the University of Pittsburgh on the 30th anniversary of the Slovak Studies Festival. Personally, I am a graduate of the university doing part of my undergraduate work at Pitt in the Slavic department, studying several languages, including Slovak, at this fine department at this wonderful university. Our society was an original co-founder of the Slovak Endowment at the university, funding for the professorship which teaches Slovak language to this day. It is the only program of its kind in the United States. We are proud to join with our other Slovak American fraternals in funding this program, where thousands of students have learned the Slovak language. Congratulations from our members, our board, and myself from the First Catholic Slovak Ladies Association.
Ahoj from High Tatras. Ako sa máš? I am Pavel Kujan of Ahoj Slovakia Tours, and I'd like to wish everyone a happy virtual Heritage Festival. Ahoj!
Pozdravujem všetkých Slovákov žijúcich v USA a taktiež amerických občanov. Dovolte mi, aby som skutočne všetkým zablahoželal tých sviatkov k festivalu, ktorými oslavujú dedičstvo, kultúrne dedičstvo a vôbec slovenskú kultúru. My sme mestečko, ktoré má 40 000 obyvateľov, ktoré má ďalších 12 partnerských miest a medzi partnerské mesta patrí aj mestečko Youngstown z USA.
Hello everyone, we send our best regards from Spišská Nová Ves. We are a little town of 40,000 inhabitants in eastern Slovakia, and our sister city is Youngstown. Have a great experience with Slovak Heritage Festival, enjoy it. Bye!
Prajeme príjemné oslavy, všetko dobré.
Dobrý deň všetci, som Denis Ragan,
My name is Dennis Reagan, and I welcome all of you to the University of Pittsburgh Slovak Heritage Festival this year. A little different than previous years, but should be very, very entertaining and informative for all of you. I am from the little town of Duquesne, which is south of Pittsburgh, a very, very multi-ethnic town. My father was born in Czechoslovakia, so I have always been so interested in my Slovak roots since I was a very, very small child. And I currently am a instructor for the beginning Slovak language program sponsored by the Czechoslovak Genealogical Society International. And that's what I do in retirement. And if you have the opportunity, I encourage you to expand your Slovak interest, including the language. So do videnia, and I hope you have a good day today exploring the different events and program at the festival. Thank you. Ďakujem.
Ahoy, volám se Brandon Vargo, aka Jamie Smears. I just wanted to wish everyone a happy virtual festival from Los Angeles.
I certainly apologize if I mispronounce any of the Slovak words that are included in tonight's script. But you know, the University of Pittsburgh is the only university in the United States where you can take classes in the Slovak language and culture. You can even minor in Slovak studies. Dr. Marcela Michálková, director of the Slovak Studies program, will teach us a little bit about the Slovak language etiquette, followed by a number of ways that you can learn Slovak in Pittsburgh.
Hi, my name is Marcela Michálková. I'm the director of the Slovak Studies program at the University of Pittsburgh, the only existing Slovak Studies program in the United States and Canada. Today I'm going to talk about language etiquette in Slovak. It seems like somebody's here with me. What an honor. Hi, Mrs. President. Ciao, Pani prezidentka. Oh, and hello, Professor Dobrák. Ahoj, Professor Dobrák. Oops. Did I make a mistake? It is said that the first impressions are everything. What was the first impression you got from me? I did mess it up, didn't I? Saying ciao to Mrs. Čaputová, the head of state of Slovakia and the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, and saying ahoy to my former professor Dobrák, aged 85. What an unforgivable faux pas. That's completely unacceptable. Showing respect to the locals or the native speakers is a big deal in every country around the world, including Slovakia. A respectful manner, attitude, and rudimentary language skills such as greetings or expressions of gratitude could open doors for you when that would otherwise remain mystifyingly closed. People in English-speaking countries often seem so informal and friendly when they communicate with others that sometimes it is difficult to know how to show respect and when. In many cultures, there are clear language rules which show you how to speak with other people. In Slovakia, for example, you use different greetings, address forms, pronouns, and verb forms when you talk to an older person than when you talk to somebody your own age. In general, most Slovaks are very polite and address and greet strangers in a formal manner. Knowing when to use informal or formal Slovak is crucial. Your choice is the matter which is directly related to having good manners. Formal Slovak is best for, formal occasions like meeting an important figure or speaking to someone you don't know, someone higher on social hierarchy than you, For instance, teachers in schools or universities, elderly people, those who are older than you, also those one feels or wants or must show one's respect. It's also used in professional settings like business meetings. Formality is the imperative when addressing authority figures such as bureaucrats and police officers. Formal communication implies some distance. Speaking with formal Slovak is a show of respect, so it's a good idea to use it anytime you want to seem courteous and well-mannered. Informal Slovak, on the other hand, is for when you want to be casual. It's typically best used around family and close friends, those who are younger than you, but it can also be used on social subordinates like young children or people below you on the corporate ladder. One could even say that this way of verbal communication applies to those people with whom one does not feel any distance. It is important to be mindful in which form you use and when, because it can make a big difference in your etiquette. Here are 2 tips for figuring out the formality level. First, follow your conversation partner's example. If they speak informally with you and they're not in the same position of power over you, you can probably do the same without any issue. And 2, when in doubt, default to formal, always. It's ultimately the safe move. Being formal around close friends is a little bit weird, but being overly casual in a formal setting can be a big social faux pas. Let's talk about greetings. Greetings are important. While in English you can say hi to greet anybody, really, your best buddy, your boss, and the United States president alike, the Slovak president will most likely raise her eyebrows to an informal ahoj or ciao, unless you're best friends with her, of course. Being able to pick the right Slovak greeting, depending on the time of the day, the gender of the speaker and the listener, and the formality of the situation can help you stand out as a respectful communication partner. In formal situations, upon the first introduction, a firm handshake with direct eye contact is expected from both men and women, along with the appropriate greeting for the time of the day. Dobré ráno, dobrý deň, dobrý večer. Under no circumstances say ahoj, ciao, nazdar in a formal communication situation. It is appropriate to say ciao, ahoj, or nazdar for both hello and goodbye in informal situations. Curiously, the question how are you, in English an informal greeting not requiring a literal response, is typically frowned upon when making introductions, as it can be viewed as intrusive by the recipient. When entering a small shop or the elevator in a building, be sure to acknowledge the shopkeeper, the shop assistant, and your fellow elevator riders. In small places, it is the custom to greet even strangers as you pass them. Silence in such circumstances is considered rude. Therefore, say dobré ráno, dobrý deň, or dobrý večer, depending on the time of the day. And say dovidenia when you're leaving someone or when somebody is leaving you. Let's talk about addressing a person. Due to the reserved nature of the Slovak culture, the use of status titles in both verbal and written forms is extremely important, especially in the business settings. In formal situations, one should address another person with their title and last name. Pán, Mr. for man. Pani, Mrs. for women. And slečna, Miss, for young unmarried women. It is polite to continue to use formal titles until the person invites you to move on to a first name basis. The use of first names without permission may be considered offensive, as they are generally reserved for close friends and family. Furthermore, Slovaks generally take earned academic titles seriously. This is particularly true in business and education situation. A university student will normally address an academic doctor as pán doktor, for he, pani doktorka, she, or pán profesor, pani profesorka. A business person with an MA in engineering or economy would be addressed pán inžinier, pani inžinierka. In addressing a person who does not have an official academic title, or where this is not known, the honorific titles pán, Mr., pani, Mrs., or slečna, Miss, for a young single woman, plus the person's last names are used, as mentioned earlier. Native English speakers are normally comfortable with using first names or even nicknames in addressing people that they have just met or with whom they are engaged in business. However, this North American practice of starting off on a first name basis is not well received. It is perceived as a serious lack of manners. Slovaks will be uncomfortable with such informality, and the visitor is typically advised to let them take the initiative in using the first names. Where in many other countries such behavior might be considered snobbish, perhaps, in Slovakia such formalities are a mere sign of respect. I mentioned pronouns. Pronouns are the little words which substitute nouns. They stand there for nouns. You might know that the TV distinction exists in some languages and serves to convey formality or informality, familiarity. Oh, mind you, by TV I don't mean TV, I mean TV. Confused? Well, the TV distinction refers to two levels of grammatical politeness. The expression comes from the Latin pronouns tu and vos, an informal pronoun and a formal pronoun. Nowadays, English only uses one level of grammatical politeness, expressed by a personal pronoun. When speaking to someone, you always use the form you. You can use it while speaking with your little sister, and also with your president, or Elizabeth II, Queen of the United States, and 15 other Commonwealth realms. English used to have two levels of politeness, thou and you. However, over time, thou became less and less used until it disappeared entirely, and you was left to serve as the pronoun of choice for all situations. Many Indo-European languages use this binary politeness distinction in one way or another. A situation similar or familiar from French, Spanish, Italian, German, Russian, and Slovak. Slovak uses casual, informal ty, you singular, informal v, you plural. Curiously, in writing, Slovak distinguishes between the uncapitalized v for informal plural and capitalized v for formal singular or plural. Obviously, this is not reflected in the spoken form. To choose the appropriate form, a Slovak speaker must consider several social factors, including the age, sex or gender, and social standing of both the speaker and the addressee, as well as the nature of the situation and the level of intimacy, closeness between the two parties. For example, when addressing a friend, a child, or a spouse as ty, the choice of the ty form expresses a certain level of familiarity between the speaker and the addressee. And yet, in politeness, informality, familiarity, bonding, and equal social standing are not the only meanings associated with the choice of the ty form. Thus, one can also choose ty to express contempt, disdain, or a sense of superiority. Note also that the use of ty and vy in Slovak need not be symmetrical. For example, a teacher may refer to a student, especially in elementary school and middle school, as ty, but will invariably be addressed as vy. To make matters even more complicated, but interesting, these rules of linguistic etiquette are also subject to historical change. For example, even 100 years ago, I would probably address my husband, my parents, and my closest friends as vy, while today ty is normally called for in such circumstances. As far as the verbal forms are concerned, anything referring to informal you, ty, needs to be in the second person singular, in the present tense, for example, expressed by the ending sh. Ako sa máš? How are you? Čo robíš? What are you doing? Aha, čítaš. I see, you are reading. The formal you, vy, requires the second person plural form, ending in te in the present tense. Ako sa máte? How are you? Čo robíte? What are you doing? Aha, čítate. I see, you are reading. Are you still following me? So let's review the main linguistic politeness, do's and don'ts. Don't say ahoj, čau, nazdar in formal situations. Do say dobré ráno, dobrý deň, dobrý večer in formal situations. Do address people with their academic titles if applicable. Do address people with pán, pani, or slečna plus their last names in formal situations if they do not have an official academic title or if this is not known. Do wait to be invited before using someone's first name or an informal greeting. Don't use the informal pronoun ty in formal situations. Don't use the informal verb forms in formal situations. Máš, robíš, čítaš. Say máte, robíte, čítate instead. And finally, let's talk about how to make friends in Slovakia. Family, friends, and relations are of great importance to Slovaks, and they and their concerns normally take precedence over everything else. Friendships are taken very seriously in Slovakia. They are forged early in life through school, neighborhood, early work relations. They take long to develop. They are firm and typically last well into adulthood or old age. False friends are rare. A male friend in Slovak is priateľ. A female friend is priateľka. Interestingly enough, these two terms are also often used in reference to a single person with whom one is romantically involved. A girlfriend, a boyfriend. Kamarát, he, and kamarátka, she, are more common than friends. A relation with one's kamarát or kamarátka tends to be more casual, less firm, but still extremely warm, cordial. Whereas North Americans may be accustomed to meeting someone and then describing that person as a friend, in Slovakia this is rarely the case. For Slovaks, such a person is an acquaintance, známy, známa. Colleagues at work are kolega, he, and kolegyňa, she. You might be surprised to hear that the outward displays of affection between good friends, regardless of gender, are a normal sight, signaling the degrees of warmth and openness that are common traits among Slovaks. Friends often meet with a kiss or a double kiss, a hug or a handshake. Girls and young women often hold hands or arms in the street. Just good friends, sisters, cousins, mothers, and daughters. So, ready to make some Slovak friends or form some business partnerships? Go ahead. You're fully equipped to do so. That is, sociolinguistically speaking. The end. Oh, no. First, I have to fix the faux pas I have made. My apologies, Mrs. President. What I meant to say was, Dobrý deň, pani prezidentka. Dobrý deň, pán profesor. Well, actually... Dovidenia, pani prezidentka. Dovidenia, pán profesor. Dovidenia, všetci. University of Pittsburgh holds a unique place as the home to the only existing Slovak studies program in North America. For about 3 decades, the Slovak Studies program has been offering an array of courses on Slovakia and Central Europe, including the Slovak language classes at all levels, elementary, intermediate, advanced, and independent studies, as well as cultural history of Slovakia, a course on communism and its fall, on Slovak, Czech, and Central European cinema, and a course on Slovak immigration.
I grew up in a home where my baba did not speak English. She only spoke the Rusyn language, although my grandparents came from eastern Slovakia. So when my older relatives got together, only the Rusyn language was spoken in our home. And so I was so grateful when I moved to Pittsburgh from New York several years ago to learn that Pitt is the only place in the country where I can learn the Slovak language on a university level.
We offer an undergraduate minor in Slovak studies, and this program is particularly useful for students majoring in political science, anthropology, and history, many of whom focus their work on Slovakia or Central Europe and see Slovak language and culture as a gateway to the study of the region.
I was a foreign exchange student in Košice, Slovakia in high school, and it was the best year of my life. I instantly fell in love with Slovak food, Slovak culture, the language, but then I came back to the United States and I wasn't really sure how I was supposed to continue to study the language and continue to fall in love with the country. But then I found Pitt.
The Slovak Studies program at the University of Pittsburgh derives its resources from the Slovak Endowment, which has been established with the generous and vital support of 5 Slovak fraternal organizations in the United States. And we are very proud to have strong working relations and social ties with the Slovak American community, particularly here in Western Pennsylvania.
Household celebrates our Slovak culture not only outside as well as inside our house.
Toto je môj pes, Bella. For exercise, Bella and I walk laps around the walking track. But while we walk, we practice our Slovak numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Besides our regular academic program and Summer Language Institute, we also promote the language and Slovakia's culture, history, traditions, science through various events. For instance, we've hosted the Czech and Slovak Studies Workshop, an interdisciplinary conference that has been drawing scholars from colleges and universities throughout the United States and abroad for 20 years now. This workshop is a collaboration of the host institution, which is currently University of Pittsburgh, and the Slovak Studies Association and the Czechoslovak Studies Association.
One of the things that I like about this program is the variety of techniques that Dr. Michálková uses to teach us Slovak. For example, we do pair work and role plays, and we also play games and do skits in class. In addition to these, last semester we had a student conference in which each student prepared a short talk about some topic in Slovak culture and history, and then we all got together and gave our talks and had question and answer sessions. And it was a lot of fun.
The language instruction is outstanding. But of course, learning a language is done primarily outside the classroom. Dr. Michálková goes to great lengths to create these opportunities with conferences, picnics, and independent translation projects. As well as, she does this with the Slavic language department and the whole university community to create events like coffee and tea hour, Christmas carols, other seasonal events, and all kinds of great ideas.
I could probably provide you with a list of reasons to study Slovak, but instead I'll quote Nelson Mandela, former South African president. If you talk to a man in a language he understands, that goes to his head. If you talk to him in his language, that goes to his heart.
I've always wanted to take Slovak ever since I found out that Pitt offered it because of my ethnic heritage. When I told my grandmother that I was taking it, she almost cried tears of joy.
The class size is fairly small, but I actually like it because it allows for more teacher-student interactions, which helps me learn.
And finally, did you know that our Slovak courses are taught in the tallest educational building in the Western Hemisphere and the second tallest in the world? The 42-story Cathedral of Learning. How cool is that, right?
Cześć! Ja uczyłem się polskiego języka w Pittsburghu.
Hi, I participated in the Summer Language Institute twice. The first time was 8 weeks, the domestic program here in Pittsburgh, and the second time was 5 weeks here and 5 weeks in Moscow.
Our domestic programs take place here in the urban, culturally rich and diverse environment of University of Pittsburgh's main campus in Oakland. We also host a number of study abroad programs in such amazing cities as Moscow, Prague, Krakow, Bratislava, and Podgorica, Montenegro. In addition to the intensive coursework, students get to engage in a number of cultural enrichment activities.
SLI is like affordable for everyone. 90% of the students who apply get either partial or full funding.
Изучайте jazyky s nami летом.
Šopkova je, inšaallah. Uvidíme sa v lete.
The Summer Language Institute extends hearty congratulations to the organizers of the Slovak Heritage Festival, the Slovak Studies Program, and the Slovak American communities of Pittsburgh, Western Pennsylvania, and all the festival supporters for going forward to present the 2020 virtual edition of the Slovak Heritage Festival. Like the festival, SLI is deeply committed to promoting Slovak language and culture and to celebrating the bonds connecting our community to the Slovak Republic. In these challenging times, we continued our mission of providing the highest quality foreign language instruction to a diverse group of dedicated language learners during our own virtual programming, last summer's first ever Virtual Summer Language Institute. Our students of Slovak encompassed undergraduates, graduate students, working professionals, and retirees, each of whom achieved a year's worth of Slovak language progress under the guidance of our expert teaching faculty. We couldn't be prouder of their accomplishments. We hope that next summer brings a return to learning and laughing in the same shared space and a triumphant return to our programming on campus in Pittsburgh and in Bratislava. But whatever circumstances may allow, rest assured that SLI's Slovak faculty is ready and waiting to welcome students to class to partake of the joys and challenges of immersive language study of Slovak. We walk forward with the Slovak Heritage Festival and its partners in hope and optimism, and in appreciation of the history and culture of the Slovak people and Slovak Americans. Gratulujeme.
Dobrý deň, volám sa Katarína Išman. Hello, my name is Katarína Išman. Učím v Českej a Slovenskej škole v Pittsburghu. I teach at the Czech and Slovak School of Pittsburgh. V súčasnosti vyučujeme deti online raz do týždňa. Currently, we teach kids once a week and we do online classes. Máme 5 detí od 7 do 12 rokov. We have 5 kids from 7 to 12 years old. Pripravili pre vás malý odkaz. They prepared a small message for you. Enjoy.
Rejče. Ne. Slovenskom. Festivale. V Pittsburghu. Dobrý deň, ja som Jakub. Ahoj, ja sa volám Mia. Ahoj, ja som Klara. Ahoj, ja som Michael. Vítajte, volám sa Elena. A my sme deti v Českej a Slovenskej škole v Pittsburghu.
Čau.
Ahoj.
Dovidenia. Maj sa. Čau.
Now, 2 years after Slovakia became an independent state in 1993, it officially recognized Rusins as a minority culture. For close to 50 years, Slavjane Folk Ensemble has been teaching children, young adults, and adults of all ages the music, songs, and dances of Rusin culture. This ensemble has performed in many states around the United States and in 4 different countries. We're going to watch some great dancing by Slavjane, and after that, Larry Kozlowski will show us how to make old-style Slovak honey cakes. Medovniki. Medovniki? Does it matter how you say it? Medovniki.
morning and welcome to the Slovak Heritage and Culture Festival at the University of Pittsburgh. Since you can't come to us because of all the problems, we decided we would come to you and bring you a little presentation about the honey cake, a very unique pastry that developed not only in Slovakia, the Czech Republic, up into Germany with its famous gingerbread men, but also down into Poland and its pierniki, very similar to those in Slovakia, and of course over into the Ukraine, and also it spread all through parts of Europe. Honey, again, was very, very special. It was something that was found in the woods. It would be found in trees. Again, remember, they didn't have sugar. Sugar didn't come until later on. Sugarcane actually didn't come until many of the communist countries got really friendly with Cuba. And they began to import rum, and they had sugar again. Up until then, we had something called beet sugar, where these large beets would be taken and boiled down, and you prepare a certain kind of sweetener that came from those beets. But honey was thought to be very special. It was medicinal. If something was, well, you had a sore throat, they'd give you some honey. If you had maybe sort of a scrape or a scratch, honey was very, very good because it was thought to be very therapeutic and very healing. And of course, if you took some of this honey and you added it either to some wine or you fermented it, you would have a very, very good glass of mead for the holidays, to warm you up, to warm your insides up, and to warm your outsides up. So honey was very, very special, thought to be very magical because it was thought to be a gift from the gods. Not only did they get honey from that honeycomb, but in the convents and monasteries, they would get lots of beeswax, which was taken to make church candles. Again, in every church candle, in a Catholic church, and I think also in some Anglican churches, there must be 51% beeswax. It just can't be paraffin because it's meant to be pure, because that candle is very special. And when that candle is lit, it represents the divinity and also the humanity of Christ. In that candle, you can see as that flame flickers, there's yellow and there's blue. It represents Jesus being both God and man. And as that candle burns down, it then gives us, and we can see that wick, which is the divinity of Christ, his soul. So there's all sorts of symbolism in all these things we do. We just don't do them for fun, but we do them because there's something special. But that honey would be part of a very special dough that would be made. And that dough, as you can see in our ingredients here, has all sorts of things in it, and through time, the ingredients would change. Again, there was always flour, and there was also some kind of sweetener, which was honey, or sugar now at some point. Eggs were taken to raise it, and also there was something called baking soda or baking powder, which would help it rise up a little bit. Not a lot, like a cake, but would rise up. And it would make a very, very tasty honey cake. And because honey was in that cake, it would last for months. Honey is a preserver. It'll make things last long. When you use it in your baking, it will make your cake, your cookies last for a long, long, long time. Those things are all put in there. Before they got in, they had baking soda and baking powder. They would take and pour some beer in there. Lager beer has something in it which is called hops, and all those things together cause it to rise. When you pour that can of beer, get that beer at the tavern, put a little salt in it, you see everything start to foam up. The salt that's in that recipe helps cause that foam in that beer to help raise that honey cake. Of course, meduvniki, as it's called in Slovakia. If we go over to the Czech Republic, just next door, they call it a pierniki. Again, a honey cake. If you go further up into Germany, it's called a Lebkuchen. If you go into Poland, it's called a pierniki once again. If you go further to the east into Ukraine, again, meduvniki, and again, that honey is the essence of what it's all about. But once that's all mixed together, all these ingredients, and it's kneaded again and again and again and again, they began to take and roll it out, and they would make a delicious honey cake. Now, these honey cakes were pretty neat. And originally, before we began to make them with cookie cutters, as we see here, they would take and carve a piece of fruit wood. It could be apple, cherry, or beech wood. That's because it has the finest grain, and all the details would be. And here's what you see. This is a honey cake which will have the Blessed Mother on it. And what it was made for is when they went to visit all the different shrines, and they went on pilgrimages, sometimes a day, sometimes days, and they would sleep in villages and eat along the roads until they came to that particular place where a special miracle happened. Of course, we all know that, and it was just not too long ago in September that Our Lady of the Seven Dolors, the Seven Sorrows, which was and is the patroness of Slovakia. It's whom they entrust all their prayers to, that she and her sorrows will guide Slovakia through all the many sorrows that it had, but they will still be able to look at the bright side. We look at the seven sorrows of Mary and the resurrection of Jesus at Easter. But these sort of cookies would be made, and they would sell them when they went to these churches or these cathedrals and bring them home as a souvenir. They couldn't just go and buy some holy cards because those things weren't around. So they took this pastry and they made it into a Blessed Mother or a saint or whomever. They would bring them home all the way, carrying them all the way home, and they would hang them in their homes in a special corner that every one of those houses had, where it had holy pictures and crosses and pussy willows that were blessed on Easter, and maybe even some of the beautiful kraslica, the Easter eggs that were blessed, were left in this corner, and that's the corner that everybody went to pray to. It was called the God's corner. It was a corner that they would take all these things to, and they would show their faith. It was like a little church in their house. They didn't have to go to church. They could pray right in their homes. But they would take this dough and they would press it into this mold, and when it would come out, it would be taken and put onto a baking sheet, and it would be allowed to set for 24 hours so that you know how when you make a cookie and if you don't cook it right away, it gets crusty? Well, we want these to get crusty so that these designs will stay, and when we bake them, they won't rise up and become distorted. For instance, here is one of St. Nicholas, a very popular saint in Eastern Europe, patron of children, and of course our modern-day Santa Claus, patron of sailors, who would guide them along the oceans, especially when it was rough waters. St. Nicholas would be someone who would help guide them. This was taken and carved in the whole St. Nicholas. Now, this St. Nicholas we see here is a Western St. Nicholas. If we look at the Eastern Church, like the Byzantine Church, their St. Nicholas looks a little different because he dressed a little bit differently. But we would take this, and we would take our dough, and we would take it and begin to press it into our mold. And we could press it with our fingers in, or we could press it and take it and roll it to get every single nook and cranny of this mold to be filled. The molds sometimes were oiled with some oil so that things wouldn't stick. Let's push that all down. And once it's done, it will take, and let's hope and pray that it will come out. And what you can see is all of the designs of St. Nicholas in his robes. Then they would take a knife and take out all that excess dough that was around him. Cutting all the tops and bottoms and all the sides, smoothing out anything that they had to. Removing all that excess dough, which could be taken and used again. Pat around the sides to make sure it's nice and smooth. Put this back here. This will go over here. And here you can see the mold of St. Nicholas. Okay? Now that would be taken and put on a tray and let it sit overnight so this gets nice and crusty. It gets hard, starts to dry, and then it would be baked in a very low oven so as not to let it rise so much. And once it was taken out of the oven, this is what the finished baked St. Nicholas mold would be. Sometimes they would put a hole so that they could put a gold cord in to hang that on the Christmas tree, or give it to a deserving child on St. Nicholas Day. Sometimes they would also take them, in order to make them a little more, to make the designs a little more apparent, they would take and put gold leaf on them. You can see all the details of that particular St. Nicholas. Makes all those things come out, and you see all the intricacies of somebody carving this mold, and the mold that was carved, it was all carved backwards so that it could make the St. Nicholas come out frontwards. Then what they would take this and do is they would take some of this parchment paper, which they would line the baking sheets with. They would take it and fold it in half. They didn't go to Michael's or Hobby Lobby or all those craft places. All the stuff they made for themselves. And by taking and curling this around, this becomes a tube that they can put this icing. And the icing that they would use was made from two things: confectionery sugar and just the white of an egg. They took the yolk and got rid of it, and they could add either vanilla extract to flavor it, or they could put almond in it, which is also a popular flavor. And they would mix it to make an icing, and that icing would be put into this cone. And once it was inside the cone, what they would do is take it and they would decorate the cookie. Okay? Now, you can use not only parchment paper, but if you just have a plastic bag, put that icing mix, and at the end of the video, we'll have some instructions so you can see how you can make all these different recipes as well as the icing. And we're going to just take and cut the tip off this plastic bag. A little bit more. The bigger the hole, the wider the icing is that comes out. All different types of icings can be done. Just like this. You can do lines. You can do dots. It was their own peasant ingenuity. This whole idea of baking honey cakes was actually a guild in medieval Europe. It was raised to the height of someone who was maybe a bricklayer or a carpenter or a builder, but they also made these delicious and beautiful honey cakes. These were often carved by people who were involved in making jewelry because they could do very fine designs, and they carved them into that wood. What they simply would do then is take, and we'll just wipe this off on our towel so we get a nice clean design. And there you have St. Nicholas. Sometimes they would put a bow on his head or at the bottom. And these would be given away to gifts to children who were behaving all year long, because remember, St. Nicholas came to your home on St. Nicholas Eve and would ask you your prayers. You better know them, or you would not get a gift from St. Nicholas, whether it was an apple or some walnuts, or maybe he had some switches, and he would take those switches and he would give you a little dusting on your fanny that next year you better know all those prayers. Again, as we look at all the different types of molds, these are also used to teach catechism. They didn't have books and go and get books at the bookstore. They showed them, for instance, in here, the idea of the birth of Christ and the angels that were there, the star of Bethlehem that shone over the place that Jesus was in his swaddling clothes and how he was laid in a manger, and all of those wonderful shepherds who were out there in the fields. And again, in Slovakia, this whole story of Jesus being born didn't happen 1,000, 2,000 years ago. It happened in the mountains, in the fields of Slovakia. And many of those peasants who came to worship our Lord in the manger were dressed as Slovak peasants. They brought loaves of bread, and they brought baskets of eggs from the chickens that they had. They gave the best right from their hearts that they could give, and this was captured in all of these wonderful molds that were made. Oftentimes we don't have photographs of what happened in old Slovakia. We have in art, whether they're paintings, or even in something as simple as a gingerbread, we would have some sort of a story that's learned from this. For instance, a lot of times, many of the Christmas carols that were sung in Slovakia were created and made into molds. So that song would be captured in this mold of these angels around rocking the baby Jesus. The many lullabies that were carols that were sung on Christmas Eve at that Mass were the very same carols they believed that were sung by those angels when our Lord, and we often call them when God was born in Bethlehem. It happened in those mountains, in the Tatra mountains. The Lord was born, and all those villagers and mountaineers came. They sang. They danced. They gave everything from their hearts to that newborn Jesus. Besides all these types of molds that were used, some of the other people wanted to make them also, but they didn't have the money to have molds made. So they began to take metal and make a cutter, much like we have a cookie cutter, where that dough would be taken and once again rolled out and pressed into it until we came and we had a dough heart, just like this. And they would take again, once they were baked, they would take them, and well, first on these, because these may be hung on the Christmas tree, they would take and make holes in them before they baked them. And by taking gold cord or ribbon, and they would double tie a knot in there to hold it all together. They would tie the top so it could be hung onto the tree by tying another knot through there. And once both those strands were through that hole, it was able to make it hung. You could hang it somewhere. Once again, by taking their... And again, when you make the dough and when you make the frosting or the icing, you must also take into account the temperature and the humidity. The more humid it is, the more runny your icing is. So you need to thicken it up maybe. The same thing with your flour. When you're baking with your flour and you're baking bread or anything else, the more humidity you have, the more flour you might need to add because it will be too loose, it'll be too soft. Again, like with this dough. Sometimes this dough was made and it was kept at least overnight. Sometimes it was kept for a longer period of time so that it would mellow and it would get its own flavor. Much like sourdough bread. When you put that mixture in sourdough bread, it gets a little sour. This will get a little sour. It's often believed that if a child didn't know his prayers, they would put a piece of one of these pierniks, or a piece of a piernik, of course, in the Czech Republic, but in the among the Slovak people, they would put a piece of that medovniki under their pillow because it was thought that it would impart their brains to grow and they would even know their prayers all the more. Once again, they would take and put lines all through it, right through the center. Turn it on the other side, put the lines going in the other direction. And there are dozens and dozens and dozens of patterns. People say, well, that's not really authentic. It's what people in their minds could remember, and then they could do and they could produce to have their cookies, especially for Christmas. Most recently, these cookies are also made at Easter time. They were also made for a christening. And there we have another of the honey cakes. Of course, it should dry a little longer, but again, they would decorate them to whatever different design that they had in their heads. Sometimes these designs were done on stars. Sometimes they were done on bells. These are more recent kind of ways of cutting them using these different types of metal. Anyone could buy a metal or make a metal cutter, as opposed to somebody having a lot of money to try to do a beautiful wood carving that would be used for these type of honey cakes. Besides, again, in Poland, here's what a Polish honey cake looks like. Very similar. This is called a pierniki. A piernik. The very same thing. Some of those recipes would be a little bit different. Sometimes they would put grated orange rind or lemon rind. Again, that's not something that came from any one of those countries. But if you had lemons and oranges at Easter, you're pretty rich. It's a sign of wealth. Here's one that's very interesting from the Hungarian decoration of these beautiful honey cakes. And this is interesting because these would be made by a girl. It would be made by a boy for a girl. And she would give it to her girlfriend, his girlfriend. He would give it to her. And she would take it and she would look at it and would say, I give you this honey cake. And on that honey cake is the person who is the most beautiful in all the world. And she would look at it and see there was a mirror there. And she would see her face in that honey cake. So every honey cake had its own little sort of superstitions, its own custom, and its own way of creating these honey cakes, which celebrated a holiday, a holy day. They celebrated friendship one for another. And today, in all of our Slovak weddings, I'm sure these medovniki are made to put on that good old-fashioned wedding table of cookies that everyone has to have, and it celebrates the wedding, it celebrates the families, but more importantly, it celebrates your Slovak heritage. Make some of these cookies for Christmas, for Easter, for a wedding, First Communion, any one of those family celebrations, because it brings together not only your family, but these cookies bring to you your Slovak heritage. And that's what these festivals are all about. Not just come to buy stuff. They're come to see what there's there, that you can remember that my mother made these. My father did that. Now go home and get your grandchildren, because the only way that our heritage continues, to keep our Slovak heritage alive, is for you to practice it in your homes, in your churches, in your families. And someone said, with a name like Kozlowski, how can you be Slovak? Well, I seem to think of myself as a Slovak from the other side of the mountains. Welcome. Enjoy the rest of the Thirst Festival, and hope you come back and join us. And next year, when you can see and smell and taste all those things related to a country that maybe we've never been to, but it's in our hearts. It's a place called Slovakia.
Another minority in Slovakia are the Roma people, or gypsies as they are often called. Many immigrated from Slovakia and Hungary, along with other people from Central Europe. In the Pittsburgh region, and in Slovakia, the Roma are famous for playing their music at weddings, funerals, and celebrations. The local Pittsburgh band, Gypsy Strings, keeps that tradition alive. They've been playing for over 25 years. Their first song is a tune about a mother trying to find food for her family, and the second will be about a Roma coming to a party to play music. After that, we're going to meet Helene Sinsabo, founder and director of the Slovak Heritage and Folklore Society International and editor of Slovakia magazine. She'll talk to us about a traditional Slovak folk dress, kroj.
tubu, holubička, zletela mi do oblúbočka a tak pekne hrkutala, že ma milí zanaháva. Bože môj, tubu, tubu, holub bielý, bol si ty mne frajer verný, ale ma už zanahávaš, skede ideš, to rozprávaš, Bože môj. Skede ideš, to rozprávaš, že ty u nás so mnou spávaš. Ležíš, milý, nie pravda, veď je to aj tebe hanba, Bože môj. Ležíš, milý, nie pravda, veď je to aj tebe hanba, Bože môj. Pod oblúvočkom zahradvočka zelená, v tej zahradke rozmarín bielý kvet má. Vedia o tom rozmaríne šejhaj, ja dobre viem, koho nechcem, toho ľahko vypoviem. Vedia o tom rozmaríne šejhaj, ja dobre viem, koho nechcem, toho ľahko vypoviem. Koho nechcem, na poľa nás nechodí, na poľa nás ani koník nerobí. Koho ja chcem, tak na oblok šejhaj zavolá, tomu som ja hneď otvoriť hotová. Koho ja chcem, tak na oblok šejhaj zavolá, tomu som ja hneď otvoriť hotová.
Popodles, voľky hnalo. Popodles, divče, voľky hnalo. Ej, samo bylo bíle, čárne očka malo. Čarné očka malo, jak ta tataročka. Čarné očka malo, jak ta tataročka. Ej, keby také mala, tej horenky, Bože má volá. Volá ma, frajerka moja, príď večer, šuhaj košvárny, sama som doma.
Do nás chodieva, už ma nechce znať. A ja takého šuchája nechcem milovať. Ja vedne ako tá rúža v Korskom zálesí, len ten ma milovať môže, kto ma poteší. Kto ma potieši.
Oj, na hory cygane stojali, pід горою цигани гуляли, стояла, думала, циганочка молода, циганочка молодая. Один циган не п'є, не гуляє, на циганку бровами моргає, стояла, думала, циганочка молода, циганочка молодая. Стояла, думала, циганочка молода, циганочка молодая. Моя коханко, любив тя, коби не Іванко, стояла, думала, циганочка молода, циганочка молодая. Стояла, думала, циганочка молода, циганочка молодая. А на гори овес покошений, а до стожка, щоб не положений. 100 раз, не раз я ти повідала, не стой при мені, ходь от мене, бо тя не кликала. Мила моя, не мудруй, як зачалась, та любуй, кеб'єм зачал, мудрова, не буду тя, любова, кеб'єм зачал, мудрова, і не буду тя, любова. naszej krczmiczkę, gdy ja rad podjewam. Tam sija czerwone wineczko popijam. Nie placzcie, mamiczko, veď to tak musí být. Veď v každej rodine jeden lump musí Kade jako dievom, tam aj stromy plaču. Na moju hlavičku listečky padajú. Podajte listečky, ej, na hlavu biedného. Mamička si hľadá syna strateného.
Now, this last folk dance group is actually from Cleveland, because we didn't want to forget the huge Slovak community in Ohio and all the people who often drive from Ohio to be at our festival every year. Lucina was founded in 1981 and has performed in Slovakia many times. Their first dance will be a lively gypsy dance from eastern Slovakia, and the second is a couples dance from the Saris region of eastern Slovakia. It is a flirtation dance where the men show off with their chapash, or slap steps, and the women entice with their spins. You know, we've learned a lot today about the old migration of Slovaks from Slovakia in the 19th and 20th centuries. But you know, these days, some Slovaks are returning, and not just to visit. University of Pittsburgh Slovak Studies Program student Jeffrey Mitcher interviewed the chairman of the Office for Slovaks Living Abroad.
Ahojte. My name is Jeffrey Mitcher, and I'm a third-generation Slovak American. I recently learned there is an Office for Slovaks Living Abroad under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Slovak Republic. I reached out to the director, Mr. Milan Jan Pilip, who graciously accepted to do an interview for our virtual Heritage Festival. Here I show a screenshot of the website of the Office for Slovaks Living Abroad. Ms. Božena Ondova-Hilko, choreographer for the Pittsburgh Slovakians, acted as translator. Did you know that there are over 1 million Slovaks outside of Slovakia? With the population of Slovakia at around 5.5 million, this makes up about 20% of the total Slovaks in the world, with approximately 750,000 in the United States alone. Here I present excerpts from the interview in which we discussed the purpose of this office, certificates for Slovaks living abroad, activities supported by the office, and financial assistance to support Slovak cultural programs. You can view the whole interview starting the day after the festival on our YouTube channel. First, we learned that the main purpose of the Office for Slovaks Living Abroad is to help Slovaks abroad maintain their culture, language, and heritage. In addition,
taktiež úlohou nášho úradu je pomáhať, zachovať a upevňovať vzťahy zahraničných Slovákov ku Slovensku ako ku krajine ich predkov.
Also, the office helps to preserve and strengthen the relationship of foreign Slovaks to Slovakia as a country of their ancestors.
A taktiež našou úlohou je aj zvyšovať povedomie občanov Slovenskej republiky, teda tých, ktorí žijú na Slovensku, o Slovákoch žijúcich v zahraničí, samozrejme šíriť informácie a poznatky o ich existencii, o ich fungovaní a ich kultúre aj tu u nás doma na Slovensku.
Also, one of the tasks is to increase the awareness of Slovak citizens about Slovaks living abroad, to spread information and knowledge about their existence and culture in Slovakia.
Next, we moved on to discuss the certificates for Slovaks living abroad.
Je to osvedčenie Slováka žijúceho v zahraničí. V minulosti sa tento dokument volal preukaz zahraničného Slováka. Ten vydáva náš úrad tým ľuďom alebo tým žiadateľom, ktorí nemajú trvalý pobyt na území Slovenskej republiky, ale zároveň nemajú ani občianstvo Slovenskej republiky, žijú v zahraničí a zároveň platí podmienka, že môžu preukázať, hodnoverne preukázať svoje slovenské národné povedomie, ktoré sa potom dá akýmkoľvek spôsobom prejaviť, či už ovládaním alebo znalosťou slovenského jazyka, alebo prípadne dokladmi, ktoré potvrdzujú slovenský pôvod ich predkov.
Certificate of a Slovak living abroad that was previously called Identification for Foreign Slovak is issued by the Office for Slovaks Living Abroad by applicants who do not have a permanent residence in the Slovak Republic, who do not have the citizenship of the Slovak Republic, who live abroad and can demonstrate and credibly prove their Slovak national awareness, whether it is active knowledge of the Slovak language or by documents confirming the Slovak origin of their ancestors, like birth certificates or entries in the registers and so on.
The benefits for certificate holders are the ability to easily work in Slovakia without a work permit or attend a university, and it only takes 3 years of continuous residence in Slovakia for citizenship, rather than the usual 8 years. We then moved on to discuss the various activities abroad that are supported by the Office for Slovaks Living Abroad.
Náš úrad podporuje organizácie, ale aj jednotlivcov, ktorí sa na nás obrátia svojou žiadosťou o finančnú dotáciu na nejaký projekt z oblasti kultúry, hlavne teda je to ochrana kultúrneho dedičstva, tvorba, nová slovenská tvorba, zachovávanie slovenského jazyka, alebo aj organizovanie rôznych kultúrnych podujatí a podobne.
The Office for Slovaks Living Abroad supports organizations as well as individuals who apply for a financial grant to project in the field of culture or protection of cultural heritage, new Slovak creation, preservation of the Slovak language, organizations of various cultural events, and the like.
Taktiež podporujeme činnosť vzdelávacích centier, čo je veľmi dôležité, respektíve sú to víkendové školy, a to po celých Spojených štátoch amerických, pretože tam sa deti učia slovenský jazyk, ako aj vydávanie rôznych časopisov, periodík a podobne.
We also support the activities of various Slovak educational centers, which is very important, or weekend schools throughout the United States, as well as the issuance of various Slovak magazines or periodicals.
We also learned that the office is exploring additional ways to support Slovaks abroad. Among these are sending dance instructors abroad to assist dance groups and promotion of Slovak literary works and scientific research projects.
Tiež by sme chceli posilniť celkovo tieto slovensko-slovenské väzby a poskytnúť krajanom žijúcim v zahraničí istotu, že krajina ich predkov na nich nezabúda, že je pripravená vyhľadávať nové spôsoby tejto vzájomnej spolupráce a verím, že aj prospešnej spolupráce.
Our goal is to strengthen this Slovak-Slovak ties and provide Slovaks abroad with the certainty that the country of their ancestors does not forget them, and that it is ready to look for new ways of purpose and mutual beneficial cooperation.
We then briefly discussed the grant program that the office has available to support projects abroad.
Je to vlastne súčasť štátnej podpory, ktorou sa podporujú krajania, Slováci žijúci v zahraničí. A túto podporu môže úrad poskytnúť vo forme dotácie, ktorá je vlastne na účely financovania aktivít, ktoré sú zamerané teda na podporu našich krajanov. A to sú teda v zmysle zákona 4 oblasti. Prvá je vzdelávanie, veda, výskum, druhá je kultúra, dosť široká oblasť, tretia oblasť sú informácie a štvrtá sú médiá.
As a part of the state support of Slovak living abroad, the office may provide a subsidy for the purpose of financing activities aimed at supporting Slovaks living abroad. And there are following areas which are education, science and research, culture, information, and media.
You can visit the website of the Office for Slovaks Living Abroad to get more information about applying for these grants. Note the deadline every year is November 30th. However, they do accept exceptional submissions.
Chcem odkázať účastníkom festivalu, aby ste vedeli, že sme s vami, že na vás myslíme a že chceme s vami udržiavať kontakty v čo najväčšej intenzite.
I also want you to give you this message that we are thinking of you here. We are with you And we're looking forward to communicate and have a good cooperation with you in the future.
For more information, see the website for the Office for Slovaks Living Abroad. Here's their URL and an email address for them.
Pochválen buď Pán Ježiš Kristus.
Na veky amen.
Slováci radi spievajú, rozprávajú a radi pestujú krásne, bohaté tradície, čo obohacuje a pestrí každodenný život ľudí. Pripojte sa k našim poslucháčom.
Hello, Sue Andrejko, co-host of the Western Pennsylvania Slovak Radio Hour, inviting you to join us each Sunday afternoon as we present the traditions and culture of Slovakia through the beautiful music of our people, representing their unconquerable spirit. Until Sunday afternoon,
do počutia do budúcej nedele. S Bohom.
Hi everybody, my name is Dean Paloka, host of the Carpatho-Russian Society Heritage Program, heard Sundays at 2:30 p.m. on WPIT, AM 73, and FM 96.5. For the past 30 years, we have gathered together on the first Sunday in November to celebrate Pittsburgh's rich Slovak heritage. Since that time, Carpatho-Russians have celebrated with you, and we have been privileged to be able to share our Carpatho-Russian culture as Slovakia's third largest recognized national minority. As many of you know, I studied Slovak at the University of Pittsburgh. Since my Carpatho-Russian relatives come from villages in present-day Slovakia, I was able to use what I learned from Professor Martin Votruba, of blessed memory, to not only find my Carpatho-Russian relatives, but to assist in my research of Carpatho-Russian heritage for many years afterwards. I was twice awarded the Samantha Smith Memorial Exchange Scholarship to study at Comenius University in Bratislava in 1993 and 1994. I was also president of the Pitt Student Slovak Club for those years, and helped coordinate the festival in those early years. As a member, choreographer, and director of the Slavjane Folk Ensemble, and vice president and Pittsburgh chapter chairman of the Carpatho-Russian Society, both organizations participated for many years at the festival, and we have enjoyed sharing our Carpatho-Russian heritage with our Slovak friends. But this year is different. With the current situation, we are gathering virtually to celebrate. On behalf of the Carpatho-Russian Society and the Slavjane Folk Ensemble, I would like to welcome everyone to this year's festival and congratulate everyone involved in its setup on celebrating 30 years, albeit virtually. Also on Sundays, no doubt you probably listen to the Slovak radio program hosted by Sue and Rudy Andrejko. I would like to invite you to tune in earlier to the Carpatho-Russian Society Heritage Program. Since 2004, we have been broadcasting news, music, and activities of the Carpatho-Russians here in America and in the homeland. For the past 10 years, we have preceded Sue and Rudy on WPIT. To listen to the Carpatho-Russian Society Heritage Program live, tune in to WPIT AM 73 or FM 96.5 Sundays at 2:30 p.m. You can also listen to our archives anytime by going to our media page, c-rsmedia.org. Once again, that is the Carpatho-Russian Society Heritage Program, Sundays at 2:30 p.m. on WPIT AM 73 or FM 96.5 on your radio dial, or via the WPIT app for your computer or smartphone, or anytime on our media page at c-rsmedia.org. Thank you for joining today's Slovak Heritage Festival virtually. We look forward to seeing everyone in person next November.
Well, I think that's it. We hope that you've enjoyed this virtual festival in the year 2020, and we hope that next year we'll be able to get together in person to celebrate our 31st year of celebrating the Pittsburgh area's Slovak culture and heritage. We definitely want to thank all of our organizational sponsors and donors because they really made this possible this year. We want to thank the National Slovak Society, the First Catholic Slovak Union, the First Catholic Slovak Ladies Association, Sokol USA, the Ladies Pennsylvania Slovak Catholic Union, and Slovak Catholic Sokol. Thanks so much for watching, and do videnia.